All right, good morning, everyone. I have 9 o'clock. It's time to call to order our County Council Budget Retreat meeting for April 1st, 2026. We will start this off with the invocation and the pledge. If I can get everybody to please stand. Dear Lord, thank you for another opportunity for us to come together and do the county's business. We ask for guidance and patience and courage as we go through this budget. We ask that you help us check our egos at the door and make sure that we understand that what we're doing here is looking for the best interest of our constituents. We ask for all the blessings, and we ask that you continue those for us, especially those that put themselves in harm by their own mission and the service of our county. We ask for knowledge of your will and the power to carry it out. We ask for all these blessings in your name. Amen. Amen. Attention to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I just want to go over the traditional chairman's introduction before we turn it over to the administrator for a more detailed overview of what we're going to be doing today. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Spivey and the entire staff of Horry County government for all the hard work they've done. This is a tremendous project that they're presenting to us, and it's had a lot of work go into it. As my mother would say, there's a lot of loving in this project today, and we're grateful for what they've done. I'd like to remind council, we're going to be here as long as it takes. And if you've got questions, please ask them. But I've found that it's probably better to ask the questions after the presenter finishes, because so many times I've seen, myself included, ask the question and the speaker's very next sentence answered that question. So let's give them a chance to do, they've worked hard on this presentation, let them do the presentation, then we'll ask the questions. And finally, I'd like to remind everybody about this wonderful microphone system we've got. Please use it. It does two things. Number one, the little light up here lets the speaker know that you have a question, so he'll call on you, she'll call on you. And number two, we can't hear you without the microphone on, so the people at home want to hear you. So those are the two things I've got. And with that, I'll turn it over to the administrator.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chairman. You mentioned about there being a lot of love in this package. I would say there's a little bit of sweat and some tears. As with anything we put together, we are not getting everything that we want. We understand that as we started this process this year that we were looking at as close to a flat budget as we could to hopefully propel us into some decisions today that will affect us for the future in that regard. I'm grateful to say that this is the 15th budget opportunity I've had to work with Horry County. And when we started 15 years ago, our budget was just over $300 million. Today, we will present to you for the very first time a budget of exceeding $1 billion. There is a number of projects in that budget, and that's one of the drivers that are bringing that to a higher number than we would typically expect in that regard. If you go ahead and advance that. It is an informal meeting. We want this to be a discussion. We want this to be a process where we all are engaged in that regard. What you will see today is a number of large topics that will, as I mentioned earlier, kind of set the stage as we move forward on a lot of big items for us as an organization. We do have our Solid Waste Authority here with us today, who will be presenting about their budget as well as the landfill expansion project. We do have our consultants and team as it relates to the J. Reuben Long Detention Center, the study and recommendation that you will see. We don't expect we will have a decision point today on that issue. I think hopefully we will bring out all the questions that we have so that we can bring it back to council with a good discussion and a recommendation at that point in time. But for our budget purposes, there is $6 million in planning that is in our budget, and that won't be impacted by whatever that decision is or the timing of that decision. But we will be spending a decent amount of time on that issue. We have our impact fee continuation, and that's the term we will use. We've had that now in place for almost 5 years. And at this point in time, we do have to vote to adopt a new study to continue that collection of those items, and we will show you how it has been used and how impactful it has been to our organization and community. We will talk about local option sales tax, or as we will term it today, local option. That's not a new subject, to be quite honest. I think at least 10 years ago, it has been a discussion point as part of our budget retreat. Many counties in the state have adopted this, and again, it's not a decision we make, it's a decision our taxpayers make, our voters make. If it's something they feel like is valuable to help them. What I would say, what we are looking at as an organization still is trying to address the growth that we're seeing, and we will give you some numbers today that are staggering in that regard. As we sit here today, we probably are the #2 county in the state at about 440,000 population. The numbers we will share with you is what it was at the end of 25, our fiscal year 25, which is over 427,000 population here in the county. And that is projected to continue to grow at a similar pace in that regard. With that, we recognize that growth is not paying for itself. So it's a greater demand for us to provide the level of services that our constituents demand. That's in public safety, that's in police, that's in fire, that's in EMS, that's in our detention center, 911 and coroner. I mean, just everything that you see, those demands are growing greater and greater each and every day. And it's incumbent upon us to try to put forth a plan in front of you that fulfills the demands that our public has. And that's what you will see today and what we're preparing for, and as we look forward into 2028. What I'm seeing is that we most likely will be coming to you in 2028 with a major initiative to fill the gaps of those services for our team and our community. And it could be as high as 5 meals in terms of what we will be asking your support and your consideration of in that 2028 budget. So what we're seeing here today is, well, let me back up one step. I guess it's incumbent upon us to bring you options of how to fund that. And one of the options that we can consider is the local option sales tax, which helps our taxpayers, but it also provides additional revenue not only to the county, but also to all the local governments to be able to deal with the growth that we're all experiencing in that regard. We will go through the 2027 budget recommendation, financial updates, the capital improvement plan, and we do have a number of capital items that are in this recommendation to you today for your consideration, as well as our specific recommendation for budget for 2027. We do have 5 actions that we will be asking you to consider during the meeting or at the end of the meeting. The first is the first reading of the budget, and that starts the process for us. That's our recommendation to you. There may be amendments today or subsequently, and we will bring back to you at second reading any things that we're aware of and changes that may occur at that point. The state is still in its budget process, and some of the things that they do impact us. So there could be changes that result from those type items. The second item is a change in our fiscal policy or financial policy, and that has the effect of giving us additional capacity on our debt side, which will help with these capital projects and help us use money in that regard. And we'll go through what that means in that respect. There will also be a resolution we'll be asked to consider today to commit $70 million from the RIDE 2 fund to RIDE 4. And you may ask, well, why RIDE 4? Why not RIDE 3, which we're still in the middle of doing? But if you may remember, the referendum for RIDE 4 includes covering any unfinished projects in RIDE 3. So this commitment of dollars affects RIDE 3 and RIDE 4 by the single action that you take. These funds have been collected over the years. It was mostly included, I believe, because of interest earnings that we've accumulated over that period of time, but it also includes some excess revenues that were not needed for the RIDE 2 projects. So that's the money that we feel like we should go ahead and commit to jumpstart those RIDE 4 projects in that regard. Next item is the first reading of the impact fee ordinance, and that would be to continue that for the next 5-year period of time. And the last item is a first reading of a personal electronic devices ordinance, or you may consider that electric powered wheel devices. That's coming from our transportation committee, but there was thought to be some urgency to try to move that along, and it was requested that we consider that today versus waiting to the next council meeting. So that's the items we have before you. We would just share with you that if there's one thing I can share with you today is that Horry County is blessed. And I say that not just in terms of our organization, but I would say that in terms of our individual employees, our team members, our community, and our families as a whole. And sometimes we just need perspective. We need to keep in mind those good things and the efforts that we have made and the progress we have made. What I would say is what you will see in this budget does not fix everything, but it sets in motion the opportunity for us to have a much better tomorrow, because what I would say is tomorrow is going to be better than it's ever been before. So we look forward to that. We know we will have challenges. No doubt we'll have challenges, but we'll meet those challenges head on. And we as an organization, I think, can address those quite well. And I'm proud of our team and proud of the efforts they have made to bring this to us today.
Mr. Spivey, I believe we're here because of you, and you've been here for a long time. And we just want to thank you and your staff and your people that have done such a, you've taken care of this county financially, and you've done this for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know where that button is.
It'll still help.
It's on the right. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My own listen. Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Solid Waste Authority on the update and landfill expansion. I think Jan Biting is going to be first. Okay.
Good morning. I'm going to be brief as far as the budget goes. I've got Ed Marr with me that'll be here to answer any questions you might have on the landfill expansion. We also are not facing a lot of changes next year. Overall, our operating budget increased just a little over 12%. That primarily has to do with a small tipping fee increase of $1.50 a ton on municipal solid waste and construction and demolition material. We're seeing significant increases in equipment costs, and so that tipping fee increase is to help cover those costs of equipment. Of course, our largest increase next year is in our capital budget. We've got some big projects planned for next year. We've got a couple with our landfill gas expansion being one. Also our leachate tanks. We're in the process of needing to replace those. So those are two big projects. Of course, the biggest being our landfill expansion project that we have for next year. We've got a little over $31 million earmarked in our capital budget for next year. Very unknown. Like I said, as I said, it's kind of a place marker because we don't know. We don't know about approval. We don't know about costs. A lot of unknowns for next year. We're still waiting on all of that. So that's, like I said, that's our biggest increase that we're seeing for next year is definitely in our capital. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And like I said, I've got Ed Marr here that can come up and give you an update as to where we are and answer any questions that you have.
Anybody have any questions?
Well, Chairman, I would just like to share one thing with
Yes,
you,
sir.
if possible. The Solid Waste Authority began their budget process, I believe it was last Thursday,
We did.
with their budget workshop with their board. And in that, we recognize that the level of capital they have will require that they go into a borrowing situation, and that has not been integrated into their budget yet. So as they move through that process, we expect that at our second reading, there will be some slight changes that we'll need to incorporate to balance that out.
Does that look like it might be a problem?
No, sir, it is doable. They, I think, just have to make those adjustments either to put the capital in the right period of time that they expect,
Right.
or to go ahead and integrate some level of borrowing in this budget.
Thank you. Based on that, does anyone from council have a question?
I have a question, so Mr. Chairman. In regards to this landfill expansion and stuff, because we've been getting a lot of feedback on it, a lot of hearing on it. And it's my understanding that your staff has been to some of the smaller municipalities seeking support at it, and there may have been some miscommunications out there that council supports it. And it's a very, very complex and a very large project, and I would really like to see us have a workshop on it with council involved in it and stuff, because it's going to be a huge step for this county. And as far as I know, we haven't had it at INR or haven't had the opportunity as a council to actually look at what this job is going to entail and stuff, because I've got a lot of feedback and stuff from the citizens out there. So I would ask, as a council whole, or to start within the INR, and so we need to have a workshop on it, so to really have it explained and to really see what's what and stuff, because there's got to be some other options out there.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
All right, based on the budget, though, anybody else have any questions while she's up there?
I do.
Yes, sir.
So my understanding, and maybe I'm incorrect, is that the expenditures that they're looking at right now are limited to the permitting process, not the actual capital of expansion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The borrowing, Barry, is that going to be for the actual expansion, or do they need to also borrow just to get the permitting done?
We'll need to borrow to begin the mitigation. That'll be our first step, yes, sir. That's what we're waiting on approval from the Corps on,
Mitigation of
wetlands.
But if you're not permitted yet, then why would you even begin mitigating?
We would have to do that first. Am I saying that correctly? We would have to get the mitigation approval first before we could actually apply for approval for permitting.
Walk me through what that means. 'Cause like I'm a
My understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, like I said.
I'm a layperson, so I don't
that's
understand.
absolutely.
You know,
We cannot apply for a permit until we have approval to mitigate. So we have the location to be able to
approval
get
from the
permit.
Army Corps,
That's correct, yes, sir.
but you're not actually disturbing anything yet.
The wetlands we will be, yes, sir. We have some wetlands that are in a conservation easement that we have to get approval to
Mr.
mitigate.
DeSabato, they will be required to have the mitigation in hand, which means they will figure out how many wetlands that they're going to impact. They're going to have to go to the Corps and find out, what is an acceptable level of mitigation, what type of mitigation that they've got to have, and then they have to procure that mitigation. They'll actually have to have
Right,
it
but they're
in
not
hand.
actually disturbing any of the wetlands
No,
at this point.
this is all before they get the permit.
Okay.
Then they get the permit, and then they can move forward with the construction.
So we're still, that's what they need to borrow for.
The mitigation will be expensive, so that's what they're looking at, yeah. That's their first major
They have
expenditure.
to purchase credits, is what you're saying?
Yes, or other. Just depends on what the Corps says is acceptable.
At what point in time will council take a vote on whether we want to proceed with this action or not?
Yeah, if, in the budget process, this is a component of their budget. So that is one of the approval processes the council will have. Secondarily is this council is required to approve any separate action for borrowing that the Solid Waste Authority would have. That's a part of their bylaws that this body reserve that right or that obligation.
How much money in the current budget are they asking for to expend to be able to move forward with this project?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How much money is being asked in the current budget to be able to expend to move forward with this project?
Well, 30 million is what we've got budgeted for 2027.
I would just kind of second what Al is saying. Either we need to have a workshop or it needs to be broken out as a separate action item in our budget that we can vote on, not bundled together with the whole budget. And that's in the form of a motion.
Second.
We have a motion. You want to restate the motion to make?
A motion is to break out the landfill expansion as a separate vote outside of the budget as a whole.
Second. All right. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Mackey.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify the $30 million. So this pre-approval and this potential mitigation, is that amount that's getting done up front, $30 million?
It'll be a long borrowing.
Borrowing $30 million. And then if we don't approve it, that's $30 million.
And that's why we have this motion.
That's my concern for the reason is if there is a will of council to move forward with a landfill expansion, we need to have that on the record if we're going to expend $30 million. $30 million is a lot of money to me. And before we move forward with this project and start expending a large amount of funds, council needs to have a vote whether or not we need to move forward with this project as a will.
What is the source
And
of the funding? Is it general obligation bonds? Is it from our general fund? Where's the source of the 30 million coming from?
The source of the funding they would have for this project is really in two items. One is the cash that they have on hand, that they have set aside for construction, that would not be sufficient to fully cover this. And
But
a portion
they
that
don't
would
need
be-
our approval on that.
To use the cash, they would need your approval as part of a budget process and a budget approval that still requires this council's action in that regard. The funding subsequent, if approved, would be in the form of a revenue bond, which is based on the revenue of the Solid Waste Authority as an enterprise fund. That would support that borrowing. It would be repaid by the usage of that new capacity that is created.
And they're using our bonding capacity to do that?
No, they are a separate authority and would go to the market themselves.
Okay.
They would have to go through a rating process, similar as we do for any of our bonds in that regard and structure it, so it would not impact our ability to borrow.
Will their borrowing impact our rating?
No, sir. It would be separate and distinct.
Okay.
Do we know potentially how many wetlands will be impacted by the expansion? Do we know? Do we have any idea?
I believe we're getting ready to get briefed on the expansion. Right now, we're trying to deal with the budget aspects of it. So maybe when Mr. Marr speaks, he might be able to address that. If he doesn't, you can ask him about it.
So just a point of clarification on my amendment, are we removing this portion from the current first reading of the budget, or are we going to break this out and vote on this today?
I guess we would have flexibility to either amend it and remove that as a part of your approval for first reading of our budget, or to have it come back before you at second reading as a separately stated item.
Up to the chairman.
I think it's 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other. I think if this motion passes, what we're getting ready to vote on, then for clarification, I think it might be better that we keep it as stated, and then at second reading, it'll be taken out pursuant to this motion if it passes, and then everybody will be able to read it and see what we're doing. Does that suit you?
We do know we've got some adjustments that will come back as a part of our second reading as they.
Yeah, there's going to be some changes after today's over.
Okay.
So just for clarification, we're going to vote on this motion. We have a motion, Mr. Servant, a second, Mr. Loftus. Discussion. We're getting ready to vote on if it passes. For second reading, this item will be taken out of the general budget. It'll be a specific item for action. Any questions?
Separate action item in second reading.
Yes, sir. If it passes right now.
And that's 30 million?
It will be everything that they're talking about for their budget, which will be 30 million borrowing and the additional items that was discussed previously by Solid Waste Authority.
I think just take it out and have first reading at second reading on this portion of it. We have plenty of time to be able to meet the deadlines for state guidelines as it relates to passing our budget.
So take it out today and vote on it today. Okay, that'll be part of your motion.
Vote on it at second reading, but I just don't want to vote for it on first reading.
Okay.
That begs my next question is if procedurally, if we take it out today and vote separate from our budget and it fails, what is there any contemporary-ish situation where they'd have to bring it back at a certain time late? Like, how does that work? If it fails today, what happens?
Yes, sir. The process would continue as they're moving towards the permit for the expansion, and it would require then that we have a budget amendment at some point in the future, which would take
If it
a
fails.
supermajority.
Okay.
Yes, sir, for that approval to be integrated into the budget, for them to spend it at that point in time. Again, based on the timing, I'm not sure if that's going to occur in fiscal year 2027, or if that could be a component of fiscal year 2028's budget.
And theoretically, they could just bring the whole thing back next year, in our next budget cycle.
Depending on the urgency, I know the C&D landfill has a capacity issue. If the timing is delayed, then their only option is to commingle the C&D into the MSW within the existing landfill, which would cut its long-term capacity in that regard and shorten its life.
So I'm gonna make a motion to amend my motion, and it's gonna be to have first reading of the landfill expansion at second reading of the budget, so we can get a full picture of what they're wanting to do, and then also have it broken out with C&D to be acceptable in Horry County moving forward as well. So 2 separate items.
Second.
I'll second it.
But I would also ask that we try and have Al's workshop prior to that second reading. We need to know more about what's happening, how it's gonna look, what options are available to us other than expansion, what the feasibility and cost of those types of things are gonna be. I mean, there's a lot of questions that people are asking, and I think they're worthy questions, and I think we need to examine it a little bit harder.
I agree with you. So first reading of the landfill will be at second reading of the budget. First reading of the landfill.
So this is a
will be
deferral
at
of this,
second reading of
it's
the
a
budget.
removal and
Deferral of
deferral.
this. Correct.
I'm gonna let the clerk put down the record. Mr. Tom, do you have a question?
I have a question.
Go ahead, attorney, first.
I was going to clarify on your motion, Mr. Servant.
Please.
For the C&D, what was that portion?
Whether the Horry County is going to accept C&D and its landfill moving forward as well as part of the budget. Because right now, I'm sure their budget includes revenue from C&D.
Yes, sir.
That's why it's broken out as a second portion. And I think a workshop is good, like I was talking about, so.
Yeah, I think the workshop's excellent. I don't have a problem with it, but we discussed it at INR over 2 months ago. Dennis asked a lot of questions about recycling and all that while we were there talking about it. My question is, if you want to know these answers, what have you been doing? You got a solid waste authority out there. They've had meeting after meeting. You're certainly welcome to go to them. And you certainly can meet with Mr. Knight or Mark or Jan, any of them. And you could have these questions asked when you walked in today.
Yeah, but I think.
Well, if you want to amend my motion, have the vote on it today, we can do that. That's fine. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
I'm pretty educated on the issue myself. I'm really trying to help
I think the
other
questions
council
need to be
members.
asked in a public forum.
I
Frankly,
mean,
yeah.
we could have done it in the last INR.
We can amend this motion. and vote.
Their meetings are in a public forum, Dennis.
Okay.
Let's
I'm
vote.
just saying, we shouldn't sit back to a budget and say, we need to know more. I mean, there's no reason that you had to know more. other
I
than-
asked questions, I didn't get a lot of satisfactory answers, if you want my honest opinion.
I personally don't need to know anymore, so if we want to vote on this today, I'm more than happy to.
I don't think that's a great idea.
I'm just,
Yeah, I understand.
I think the motion is clear, but before we vote on it, we'll make sure it's clear from a parliamentarian. Mr. Anderson, you have the floor right now.
We have a professional staff that runs the Solid Waste Authority. We have a board of directors. The meetings are publicized, televised, and I sat through 2 years of those meetings back in the early 2000s. Back in the early 2000s, we dealt with the issue of what are we going to do with the trash? Because the landfill is almost full. And what we decided to do, because it ruffled people's feathers, was to punt the football. So I challenge anybody that has questions, go back and read all the information. Go back and watch the thousands of hours of meetings. Come up with your own answers. If you don't like expanding the landfill, where do you want to take it to? Why does Horry County not require mandatory recycling?
That's a perfect question.
If we don't recycle, where does it go? It goes to the landfill. If you take everything to the landfill, what happens to the landfill? It fills up.
That was the next point I was going to make, Tom, is to ask David to start putting together what a mandatory recycling ordinance might look like for this county. Because I think that's one of the things that we need to investigate that I don't think has been thoroughly investigated enough by the Solid Waste Authority. And I think we need to see if that's a viable opportunity to expand the life cycle of the Solid Waste Authority without this huge expansion that they're looking for. I think there might be opportunities for us to mitigate the amount of expansion that they're needing if we were to put some type of mandatory recycling program in place.
I agree, and I appreciate that. But what I like is, let's don't beat up on the landfill staff, because they've been doing what they're supposed to do for years and years and years, and it seems like they're the whipping child.
No,
I'm not just saying that, I'm not attacking you on that, but I'm just saying all these people that want to, no, what's your offer? What's your solution? Because where are we gonna put the trash? And if you have a better solution, I'm all for it. Because like I said, I've been worried about it since the early 2000s. As a city economy representative, we chose to do mandatory, or not mandatory, but we spent a lot of money trying to recycle. And it just distresses me to see some people throwing stuff away that could be sold and recycled instead of going, to where I affectionately refer to it as Mount Horry.
Yeah.
It's gotten a lot bigger since I was a child. So how can we slow Mount Horry down? I appreciate the Solid Waste Authority staff, and I will be traumatized if I'm able to be here next year at this meeting, that somebody won't be here because she's gonna run away to retirement.
It's still on the table.
Jan is thinking about retiring, but we're trying to keep her from retiring. I appreciate the Solid Waste Authority staff. I appreciate all the ideas, but let's come up with a solution together, because it's not just heck no. Thank you.
I don't think anybody was beating up on the Solid Waste Authority. I think they were just trying to get answers. And we do workshops quite often for projects that are complicated. So that's the normal course of business. Yes, sir, Mr.
100%, Mr. Chairman. This is not about beating up on staff. I appreciate the hard work Mr. Knight does and the Solid Waste Authority staff. I just want there to be a vote on this, because my constituents are calling me and saying, have you voted on this? And as elected leaders of this county, we have an obligation to lead and take major votes when major money is being expended. When we come off $30 million being spent at the landfill, I think it needs to be voted on as a separate action item.
And let me clarify.
And that's the point of my motion.
Yeah, cool, and I don't have a problem with your motion. And let me clarify, I'm not talking about the council being the one that are whipping up on the Solid Waste Authority. I'm talking about as a council, let's appreciate what they're doing. It's more about the media and the public, and it's kind of like the local option sales tax. We've been lambasted, but we haven't discussed it yet.
Well, if you can figure out how to get rid of fake news, let us all know, okay?
Working on it
Mr.
every day.
Cam,
Thank you.
Mr. Cam, I see you lit up. Do you have a question?
That was me.
Oh, it was you? Okay, all right. Any further discussion on this? I'm gonna ask our parliamentarian to state the motion, so there's no question about what we're voting on.
The motion is to break out the Solid Waste Authority's budget from this ordinance we're considering, which is our budget today, and to have it presented when the second reading of our budget is presented. First reading.
First reading.
So the deferral of the first reading to our second reading of our budget.
Correct.
Any questions about the motion as stated? Mr. Hart.
When are you gonna hold a workshop? If we're gonna hold one, we don't need to wait a month to decide when we're gonna do it.
I would like to confer with the clerk for our schedule. We can do that during the break, and we can present it back when we come back after the break.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Hardy, there's gonna be a lot of people involved in that, so we're gonna work with the coordination with the schedules and all that, including our INR schedule, Horry County schedule, solid waste schedule, anybody else. It may take more than 5 minutes to put that together. So we'll do that. So if there's no further questions about the pending motion, at this time we call for a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Me.
One. All right, so that carries forward. All right, now, Ms. Jan, if you have anything else, we'll hear from you, and if not, we'll hear from Mr. Ed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not sure exactly, after all that, what the best way to go about this is, but let me give you my brief overview of where we're at this point. The Solid Waste Authority came to a decision point of either expanding the landfill or running out of capacity. And for Horry County, that means a significant impact to an asset that you have in this county that many other counties across the state do not. So because of that, we came up with a plan to look at after going through all of the different alternatives that we considered of expansion of the existing facility. We wanted to go out and take a look and see if there was even the opportunity to expand, because there are permit restrictions and other things that have to be considered. We took a look and we identified 3 parcels on our site. And those 3 parcels would consist of 2 construction and demolition landfills and 1 MSW landfill. Altogether, they would extend the life of our capacity for construction and demolition materials as well as garbage materials, MSW, until about 2065 or 2068, depending on population impacts that we're experiencing right now. So having said that, we went through and we filled out our application, our permit application to the Army Corps of Engineers as part of the first phase of this process, including an alternatives analysis, which explained all the different alternatives that we had gone through to come to this decision point. That was submitted. Public comment period started on December 19th and ended on January 19th. And I assume that they are still receiving comments to date. We have not heard anything from the Corps yet. We haven't seen any of the comments. We haven't seen any of the recommendations or any of the things that they're going to require of us as yet. So as soon as we get that, we'll be able to more firmly identify a budget process. We'll be able to understand what the impacts are going to be. We aren't really 100% sure how much of the wetlands are going to be impacted. Right now, there's about 76 acres of wetlands and 26 acres of uplands that would be impacted. The wetlands discussion at the present time says that we may not have all 76 acres as being wetland. There might be something less than that. But we don't know yet because we haven't gotten to that part of the process and the Corps hasn't come in and done their assessment and those sorts of things. So when it does, we'll all have more information. But in terms of the process itself or the idea of expansion or recycling or anything like that, I'm here to answer those questions as best I can. I'm ready to answer whatever you may have.
I looked at the alternatives analysis,
Mm-hmm.
and this is not meant to be critical, like
Sure.
hypercritical of staff.
Mm-hmm.
I was underwhelmed,
Mm-hmm.
because it looked like this when it should look like this. And I had concerns about the alternative analysis and what went into that analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'd like to discuss in the workshop. It's like, what other viable options are there to us? What are the costs associated with those options? What is that going to do to the life cycle of the landfill? Like, those are the questions I have, and the questions that constituents of mine have.
Okay.
Because I've fielded a lot of these questions.
Sure.
And I know people who've looked at the alternatives analysis and had the same, input and feedback as I did. It didn't seem like there was a lot of analysis. It was
Okay.
sort of like very high level, and there may have been, and what was presented to the public and to us was very high level. But if there is more depth to what those alternatives are, I think we need to know what that is.
Okay, well, just briefly then, some of the things we looked at, we could say 2029, we don't take class 2 materials anymore. Couches, chairs, boxes, mattresses, box springs, furniture, construction and demolition debris. The 160,000 tons of material that we accept currently on an annual basis, we just stopped taking it. And that's not a good alternative. There are 60,000 vehicles that come to our facility every year just in class 2 that would have to go somewhere. And there's no other facility in Horry County. There are 6 registered construction and demolition debris recycling facilities, but they do not handle, nor could they handle, all of the materials we generate. So that's not viable.
Okay.
We said, all right, well, what about doing transfer? Well, transfer means you're going to put 160,000 tons a year on transfer trucks and send them somewhere else. Closest landfills that can handle our kinds of volume are probably close to 100 miles away. Tipping fees at those facilities average about $100 a ton or a little bit more. Our operational costs would be about $50 a ton. So it basically, at first initial estimates, would triple what you're paying right now in disposal costs. Triple. We looked at doing more for recycling, and we have. We've expanded our SW6, which is our C&D recycling facility, but that only gets you so much material that you can pull out reasonably that you can process and turn into a viable product.
What about recycling municipal waste?
So recycling municipal waste is an interesting dilemma, because when you look at the waste characterization studies that we've done, there's about 26 to 27% of the material that you could reasonably capture in a recycling program at the curb. Glass, metal, paper, plastic, cardboard, those kinds of materials. If you looked at all the MSW that we brought in 2025, and you said, all right, we're gonna recycle every bit of that 27% at 100% rate, it's about 82,000 tons a year. The unfortunate part is 70% of the material collected is from the private sector. They don't recycle. So now if you look at the municipal side and you said, all right, if we captured 100% of the municipal and the county recycling out of the waste that they generate, you're talking about 26,000 tons. 100% is not feasible. It's not realistic in the markets. The contamination would be too high. So let's go 50%. At 50%, now you're talking 13,000 tons a year. 13,000 tons a year over the next 10 years life or 25 years of life left in our landfill saves you about a year and a half. That's it.
But that doesn't contemplate a requirement on commercial waste to be recycled.
And if they did, and you got about a 50% recycling rate, you'd add 8 years of life to the landfill. So I'm not saying it's not a good thing. I started in this industry 40 years ago as a recycling person. I love to recycle just as much as the next person, but it's not the answer. There has to be a management plan that includes not only recycling, waste reduction, reuse, but also disposal alternatives, and understanding that in 25 years, the MSW landfill will be gone. In 2 years, the C&D landfill will be gone. If you mix C&D materials, as was discussed earlier, in 2040, both landfills will be gone.
And not to belabor this, because I do think we need to workshop it, but my questions basically are, if you do implement a mandatory recycling program across all venues, then are there more modest expansion plans that can be contemplated rather than what we're looking at right now?
So that would affect the MSW landfill. So again, going back to just MSW, that would impact that landfill. So instead of, if it was everybody and about 50%, you'd save roughly 4 to 5 years. Okay, so now you go from a 2050 landfill to a 2055 landfill. All right, so there's still that end date out there hanging. If you were able to get more C&D recycling done, we're always looking for new technologies. We're doing the shredding operation right now. Mr. Anderson has gone over and seen that before as well, and we're reducing our volume by 70%. And in the end, that investment is going to save us about 6 months to 8 months of life based on when we started to when the landfill ends. So that's helped extend the life of the landfill. But it's not the answer. They do fill up. There's a finite amount of space that's in a landfill, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
And in South Carolina, just so you understand, this is not unique to Horry County. This is not a problem that's going to be just here. All up and down the East Coast, and specifically, there are capacity concerns. Across the state, there's only 17 landfills in the entire state, and 9 of them are municipal. These facilities could close very soon if things aren't done to address capacity concerns, because I don't know another spot in Horry County where you're going to be able to construct or be able to have access to 1,500 acres of buffer area, landfill space, and all the other things that we have at our current facility. If you look at Charleston County, Beast Ferry landfill, they're coming close to capacity. Matter of fact, they built a neighborhood right up next to the toe of the facility. So we're running out of space. So what do? We have to expand our recycling, and I'm all for it. If anything we can do to help support you in that effort, we're here to do that for you, because that's what we want to see happen. But the reality is that we also have to be good stewards for our consumers that are out there, our residents and our businesses. Their cost of doing business would go through the roof without these facilities here in this county. And that's what we're here to do to protect, and that's all.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else have any questions? I think we could follow this up at our workshop when we schedule that.
Just 2 quick questions. If you got rid of 2-tier waste, what added time on the life of the landfill would that add?
Excuse me, I'm
If
sorry.
you got rid of tier 2 waste, how much time would that add to the life of the landfill?
Well, it wouldn't add, if you got rid of it completely and stopped collecting class 2 waste, it wouldn't do anything for our MSW facility at all, because we don't put that material in. We have 2 separate landfills. There's a class 2 landfill that takes construction and demolition debris as well as bulky waste. And then you have a class 3 landfill, which is MSW or garbage. So if you stop accepting that material, that just means we aren't filling up the class 2 landfill anymore, and we wouldn't have a need for it, I guess. But on the MSW side, it doesn't really impact it because we don't put those materials in that facility. If we did, that 2050 landfill that we have capacity for another 25 years for would turn into a 2040 landfill, which now means you have a little over 10. And then you'd be out of space.
And then what population assumptions did you factor in?
Right now, our assumptions are based on US Census data. And by 2042, this county should have over 600,000 people in it. And we'll be generating approximately 850,000 tons a year of waste materials.
So if those population figures changed, what would that do to the life of the landfill?
It can shrink it. Matter of fact, in one of our most recent updates, every year we have an analysis done or a survey done of our landfill. And there's an airspace utilization factor that gets calculated every year. We determine how many pounds per cubic yard there are being compacted, and then we measure the airspace that's above it. And that's how you know how much longer you have in a facility. The more people, the more waste, that airspace gets used up faster, your landfill can close sooner.
Thank you.
Okay, based on those answers, any follow-up questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just got one thing, please.
Yes, sir.
Could you go back to the wetlands? How many wetlands did you say you thought were gonna be affected?
So there are a total of 76 acres in the restrictive covenant sections of our landfill that are considered wetland areas based on the original determination. There are also 26 acres of upland, so there's about 102 point so many acres in question, but 76 of it are wetland. Of those 76 acres that are out there, it is not believed that the entire 76 acres will continue to be considered wetlands. We don't know that, though, until the survey is done by the Corps. It won't be any more, but it could be less.
Thank you. That's what I thought you said. I think that's really important for the public to hear that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Anderson.
I'll make it real quick. I just want to clarify, I do not feel that the council has been critical. It's outside sources. And I think we have a professional staff that's working really hard, and I think we really need to listen to them and lean on them. And I'm very excited about the possibility of having a workshop because we can all learn a little bit more. Even though I've had 2 years of classes, I would still love to learn more.
Sure.
Because we're not getting rid of trash. Thank you.
What do you expect to hear back from the Corps?
To be perfectly honest, I would have thought by now we would have heard something from the Corps because really all we're waiting for are the comments that were submitted to be returned to us. Now, they may have a specific process that they need to go through in order to release those documents. I'm not sure what that is, but that's what we're waiting for, is for the Corps to release that information. And the comment period ended January 19th, and it's now April.
Just think about how long it took us to get the mitigation approval.
We haven't heard.
Okay, that was a good question. Thank you, sir.
But I will close with this. If anybody would like to have a tour of our facility, more than likely, if you would like to come out, if you haven't been out there before, we will make sure that you get a ride around and show you everything that we're
I
doing
think
out
everybody
there.
on council's been out there.
Okay.
Well, we don't take it lightly. We're working hard with you, and we appreciate everything y'all have done. So we'll go ahead and close this out, and we appreciate you, and we look forward to hearing from you and everybody else at the workshop whenever we get it scheduled. All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's move on to the J. Reuben Long Detention Center study and recommendation. We'll recognize Marcus Rhodes, and he's got some consultants with him. Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, sir. You're up.
We're up. You're up.
It's okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
With us today is Mosley Design. They're going to present the idea and thoughts on the jail expansion for J. Reuben Long Detention Center. I'm going to introduce them to come up. Our research has been extensive. Their needs assessment has been extensive, and their idea and plans and thoughts to push us forward to meet the needs necessary to accommodate the next 10 years, I believe is spot on. I don't want to steal their thunder. So Mosley, if you'll come up, Mr. Todd Davis, Mr. Jason, and Miss Stacy Wiseman, Jason Hopkins, thank you for being here. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, good day. We're very happy to be here today. This has been a pretty long, lengthy process that we went through. My name is Todd Davis, and I head up our justice sector with Mosley. Today, here with me, with Jason Hopkins, project manager, and Stacy Wiseman, that's with Trainer, that partnered with us on this important project. We had a very in-depth team involved with all of our mechanical, electrical, plumbing, civil engineering, fire suppression, security electronics, in addition to all of our other in-house architects and project designers to look at everything. I want to start off with the agenda for today. This. Yep. Gotcha. There we go. You can tell I'm not an IT guy. A couple of things we want to try to cover going over this presentation. Existing facility condition assessment. Then we'll go through the bed projections that we compiled, different design options that we looked at, some site concepts, and then the last thing is some of the opinion of probable cost estimates. Jason?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I tried to think of a good April Fool's joke, but I failed miserably, so I'm just going to get into business here. So we started this project by taking a good hard look at the existing facility and the campus. So our team was composed of myself, an architect, Todd, and John Vandermosten, who are, they have experience running facilities and a lot of experience in South Carolina, mechanical engineer, a plumbing engineer, electrical engineer, security experts. So we took a real hard look at this whole campus, which is, if you're familiar with it, which some of you obviously are, it's rather sprawled out. It resembles more of a prison type campus than a jail type campus. First building we looked at was the minimum security building. It's not currently in use for housing inmates. It's being used for training. And there's a very good reason for that. At the time when it was built, which is not really all that old, it was built less than what we would even consider minimum security these days. So this is basically built for people who are not trying to break out of it. So it's non-secure construction. So all the doors and windows are commercial, like you would find in an office building. The layout, the plumbing fixtures are all China. They're not security. It's set up as an indirect supervision model, which is kind of contrary to the philosophy of J. Reuben Long, which is a direct supervision model, which most people agree, as long as you can staff it, is going to be much, much more efficient. So anyway, it's not really suitable for the population that's currently in this facility, and that's why it's not being used. Next building we looked at, it's also the minimum security and the annex both, which is the next one. They're also separated from the main campus. So that's going to lead you to some very staff inefficient operations, having to move things and move staff across campus, across a road, everything like that. The annex, newer building, it's 2 dormitories of 128 beds. And so once again, this doesn't meet the bed needs for the facility. The facility needs more cells that you can put someone in or people in, as opposed to open dormitories. Now, we did look at the option of renovating the annex, so if we could go in there and take out, well, not really take out, but add cells in place of dorm beds, what would that look like? Because the cell's going to take up much more space, because dorms are more space efficient. You would end up losing like 48 to 50 beds of the whole capacity. And once again, those minimum security type beds aren't needed. They're already met. I mean, the new tower has dorms in it So those needs are met. The bow tie, which is part of the original construction of the facility, is basically at the end of its useful life. I mean, could you renovate it? Sure. You know, you could renovate anything. And does it make sense? Probably not. Most of the systems would have to be replaced. You would also lose beds if you renovated it, because right now there are more people in the bow tie than it was originally designed to house. So we estimated that you could lose potentially 70 beds if you renovated it and tried to bring it up to current standards. You know, part of that problem is like when you have more people in the housing unit than it's designed for, things like the day room square footage is too small to house that population. There are also a lot of sightline issues, which makes it not the safest place for staff or inmates. All three of these buildings have accessibility issues with ADA. ADA is a constantly changing thing. Some of that can be corrected, but it tends to get bigger, not smaller. You know, so once again, also noted fire rating issues in the bow tie as well that don't match current building codes. The newest tower, which I think was done in 07-ish, it's in good shape. It's still in good shape, and it can still serve its function.
Turn back over to Todd. One of the first things we did after we looked at all of the current facilities is we gathered data, about 6 years worth of every admission, every release, all the different types of offenders, what the average daily population had been, and county population. And as it reflects towards your jail population, as your county population grows, your jail population grows. And so here's a graph to show you, kind of went back and looked. In 2019, your average daily population was 759 inmates. Let me back up a little bit. You have a state rated capacity of 963. You've got, actually it's 1,059, but you've got 96 that Jason talked about in that annex that's not being used because of the condition of it and the type of housing that it is. So it gives you a rated capacity of 963. It'd have to be like a perfect world to put 963 inmates, because you've got to allow for proper classification, male and female separation, co-defendants, gang members, aggravated felons, all that stuff you have to be in there. So there's usually about a 20% difference between your rated capacity and what your effective operational capacity can be. So that puts your operational capacity about 770. So in 2019, you were at 759, is what your average daily population was. Then the pandemic hit. And so in 2020, it dropped from 759 to 597. And then over the next 2 years, it started to creep back up to 617, 2023, back to 756, 2024, 829, and then in 25, 864, and so far this year, you're at 888. What we did find that we thought was kind of matching your county growth. Your county population over this study period has kind of averaged like a 3.5% increase in your county population. Well, so has your jail population, has matched that. So you can see here on this chart, it shows your ADP, what our projections show, your bed capacity, and then recommended capacity. Stacy?
Yeah. Our next step was to analyze how to translate the projections and your population needs now and for the next 10 to 15 years, and align that to the existing bed space that you do have. We wanted to develop a program for what you need that aligns not only the quantity, the number, but also the type of beds. So what you have heard with the annex, that is dorm. In the tower, you have a few dormitory, mostly 4-bed, and one housing unit that is single cell. So as our design team worked with the jail staff and the data that we received, the immediate need became apparent to provide beds for your medical, mental health, and the female population. And throughout this process, we wanted to make sure that we were calibrating to get the right type of your beds system-wide, throughout the entire campus for your population. And just a quick note on the rising mental health population. This is common across jails throughout the country. And we just want to note here, Horry County really getting ahead of the curve and trying to address the needs of this population within your facility and how that ends up making it safer for your staff overall. This is one slide. We don't have the next two slides in your deck, but we did want to point out the different bed types that we studied, and just to show that the square footage that's in a 4-bed cell. So for instance, the cells that are in your tower are going to be more efficient than when we're designing specialized beds for the medical and mental health population. So when you have more accessible cells or beds that can accommodate a hospital bed with 3-sided access, that does increase the overall square footage. But as a design team, we wanted to make sure that we were designing as efficiently as possible. So it's not as though the program that we have designed only utilizes single cells. We're trying to provide a proper mix of single, 2-bed, and 4-bed within this population group to make the most use of the square footage. As we move to the concepts, this is the plan that we have developed. In this case, we are providing on the first floor the mental health. This includes both female and male mental health housing units on the first floor. It's important to note here that these are smaller units, so they will range from 24 to 32 beds. But we're again trying to combine them in single units with several different bed types for a more efficient layout for your officers, your staff efficient. So there's only 4 units that are here, but they are subdivided. And the goal is to provide therapeutic environment in these spaces. So we're providing the different bed types, but also providing access to natural light, having more spaces for program and treatment, the staff spaces that would be required in this area, even being mindful of acoustics and having acoustic panels in these housing units. And ultimately, this creates a continuum of care and more flexibility for the jail staff to meet the varying acuity levels. The second floor features the medical clinic and administration, medical administration that would serve the entire population, the entire campus. We're including male and female infirmary beds that would include negative pressure rooms for isolation of inmates with diseases that they want to separate out. We have hospital beds and then a higher proportion of accessible beds. There are 2 units for detox, both male and female. And just noting, although we're providing both male and female genders on this floor, our design team will maintain the sight and sound separation between the views and the outdoor rec. The third floor houses the female population. This again will take the females that are distributed throughout the campus and now would be all located on this one floor. It will have the pending, your minimum, medium, and maximum, as well as the support services for this building. And then the 4th floor, we are recommending 4 general population male housing units. As we move to the concept on the site.
Yeah, I'll just jump in briefly on the site. We had a civil engineer on our team, and I think Horry County made his job pretty easy because there was some good planning done when the tower was built, and so there was space allocated on the site, basically kind of to the north of the existing tower there, relatively flat, not a whole lot involved connecting to existing utilities, having to reroute the fire loop, where the fire trucks can get around. Have to expand that a little bit of grading and some changes to the fencing. But for the most part, there was some good planning involved originally. that's going to make that a lot easier.
And then we're preparing 3 options for your consideration. All 3 will meet the projected population needs for the next 10 years. You'll see phase 1, we are building an initial housing tower that includes the medical, mental health, female, and then that 4th floor of male housing. We're keeping half of the bow tie. We're not providing any renovation at the annex, and we're not using the minimum security, which is currently not used today. And then we're outlining a phase 2, which would build a tower for 164 beds. So this is just showing how that chart translates to your site plan here with the phase 1, 574 beds and a new tower. And then phase 2 has a second tower at 164, and we're still showing the 128 beds at the annex. The second option follows what we were looking at in the first option. However, in this one, we are renovating the annex. So we're translating the dorms in the annex to the cells. So there will be a loss of capacity, as Jason described, and therefore the phase 2 tower has an increase in beds. And so here you can see the initial tower remains at 574 beds, but now when we see the phase 2 tower has increased the number of beds because now at the annex they have single cells there. This does still keep your dispersed staff, so it maintains that kind of inefficient transfer of meals and staff going to the annex. And then finally in option 3, in this option, we are not utilizing the annex as a part of this, and that will streamline and be more efficient for your staff because we're co-locating all services and function on the main part of the campus. What that means is the second phase has the largest number of beds that will be constructed. So 574 for the first tower, not utilizing the annex, and then you can see here that phase 2 would be at the 340 beds. I will just note here, it's important to see as you get closer to that phase 2 to understand how the population needs are continuing to increase and how that aligns with the initial projections compared in this, analyzed in this study.
Okay, so this is usually the pretty unpopular part of the presentation, looking at costs. I'd like to emphasize that at this phase where we are, these are really to be considered rough order of magnitude costs. You cannot do precise cost estimating off of concepts. Sometimes you can't do precise cost estimating off of finished drawings. I mean, you'd have to project in the future and look at where the economy is. We've already seen in the past month, gas prices going up, diesel going through the roof, everything like that. But these cost estimates align to what Stacy presented with the different options. So every single option is going to have the phase 1 cost be the same because it's going to be that tower. So we have that at roughly $130 million for that new tower. The phase 2 cost, which is the 164 male beds, so that's the smallest version of that. That includes no annex renovation. You would continue to use the annex with the dorms. So $21 million for the phase 2 cost, all in 152 for option 1. They get more expensive as you go on because what you're doing is you're building more new beds. So the difference between option 2 is that the annex now gets renovated. So you're taking out those dorm beds and replacing them with cells, which is more of what you need. But you're losing some beds, of course. You're going from 128 to 80. And then that second phase is going to be $38 million to build 230 new beds on site, along with that renovation. Total cost for option 2, $170 million. Should I stop there or keep going? Option 3, once again, the same initial tower at 574 beds. Now, this option, you do not need the annex because it's not intended to be renovated or used. So your entire operation is consolidated into one one more efficient, compact footprint of operations. So that's an additional tower of 340 beds, and that additional cost for the phase 2 is 52 million, coming in at 181 million for the total.
So a question on the assumptions that were made as it relates to population increases. What assumptions did you include in your calculations for population increases in Horry County?
Well, so as Todd mentioned, we did look back at the data that we had from the past 10 years. We were aligning that with the population increase of Horry County itself in terms of its population, and we did see alignment in the population increase over those 10 years with the jail population. So that's what we projected forward. If that's
What was that growth rate into the future that you used to be able to?
It was 3%.
3%? And what projection barrier are we using in our budget as it relates to the projections that I've seen on population growth?
We will share with you later in the meeting that the census is projecting a 2.4% growth rate. What we have experienced as a county, though, is higher than that. I think it was about 3.5% over perhaps the last 5 years. That's before we got the numbers for 2025. With 2025, that was 3.2% growth rate.
So the landfill is using 3.5%. Jail projections are 3%. Our budget's 3.5%. I think it's a common theme that we're seeing throughout all the departments and agencies is that growth's having a major impact on all of our county needs.
But does the prison population never necessarily follow the general public population? Because I see the prison population being a greater increase than the general public. It's just...
Yeah, I believe what our consultants were communicating, though, is they did see over that 10-year period that they investigated and tested, so to speak, that there was a direct correlation or sufficient correlation between the two to use that as the measure.
But if I remember, the bow tie was supposed to last a lot longer than it has lasted. Am I correct?
That I'm not sure of how long the bow tie was.
Built in 1986.
Open at 89.
89 and 89, yeah.
Yeah, and I will say with the jail population, I mean, you will notice that it was not a flat increase, right? There were peaks and valleys that occur within the jail population. It is tied to court processing and even law enforcement. So that's something always to keep in mind, and that's why as you're getting closer to that phase 2, seeing how the projections are starting to stay based on what was in this report.
I don't mind building jails, but I want them to be enough to handle the future population.
Right.
I've got two questions. The first one is how much, we may not even know this data, but how much of our average daily population is tied to visitors as opposed to people who live here? Is there a percentage on that? Do we have any idea?
The percentage is not great, Councilman. And I don't have that exact. I can give you some other numbers though that may share some light on that.
Sure.
On March the 24th, there were 2 inmates that were waiting to be transferred to SCDC. There were 18 inmates that are sentenced and serving time at JRL. There were 28 inmates that were there as federal inmates and 14 inmates that were in our Next Steps program. So inmates serving time or spending time as sentenced inmates or in programs, there were a total of 60, which is that's not a huge number, and I think we will always have about that number. 11 inmates were being detained for other agencies. They'll be extradited away. 75 inmates were awaiting disposition from municipal or magistrate court, and 649 inmates were waiting for general sessions court. So when you look at those numbers, while that doesn't tell us how many are visitors, we do know the reasons that they are in the detention center. And so looking at each of those individual numbers and those reasons, none of those individuals would be able to get out if they were, like, if they had visitor status, if
No,
they were
that's
not
not,
citizens.
yeah, but that's not why I'm asking the question. My question is there any way, David, to tie a nexus to hospitality revenue?
Possibly.
And not,
I don't know if we track. I'd have to get with Jay Rubin Long.
I'll ask my other question later, and not as, and not, I don't want anybody thinking that I'm trying to attach, you know, the cost of construction here to anything that's contemplated in our hospitality projects that we have in this budget. I've got some other questions about other revenue sources that might be tied to hospitality that may be a funding source for something of this magnitude.
I think it's a creative question, and I'd like for us to pursue it. I think it's not a bad idea.
My next question was surrounding the mental health aspect of this. Are these like high-risk offenders, or are they people that are simply seeking, or are they people that are just getting treatment? Are they incarcerated? Like, would it be less expensive? I guess my question boils down to, would it be less expensive to build a less, not an unsecure, but a less secure facility off-site somewhere than to include all of this in the hospital, in the detention center expansion?
So I'll answer my part of it, and of course, the design team can answer. All of the individuals that are incarcerated, mental health or not mental health, or chronic medical, whatever that may be, has had judicial review that they have in fact violated a law of South Carolina, and there's probable cause to believe that they're there, and an officer made the decision that that person had to go to jail. And then once they were incarcerated, once they're in jail, their bond hearing, what it took to get out of jail, was also determined by judicial review, either a magistrate level or general sessions level, that that individual either had to post a bond that they could not post, or they were not allowed to get out. It would be not in that person's interest or the public's interest.
Sure.
So while I understand that question completely, the only other avenue would be to have a mental health hospital that had secure detention. We do have one of those that in our state that can accommodate. The starting rate there is $780 a day. That's if they need no additional medical care, no additional transportation, no additional anything. Like if they have to go to court, there's an additional cost for that. If they have medicines, there's additional cost for that.
Is any of that subsidized by the federal government?
They didn't tell me it was subsidized. When I had to check into sending our inmates there, they said, Marcus, your bill will start at $780 a day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But is that a less expensive alternative than what we're discussing here? From a construction and operational standpoint?
I don't think I can answer that. I'm bumping the clicker.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
click
sure.
it here. So
I mean,
it's
other than
forward.
I would concur with what Director Rhodes was saying in terms of the secure environment and still having the secure staff. If you're building that similar secure construction and having your correctional officers, but in a different location, you're again further separating, you're dividing that operation. And then I think the only other comment that I would add to what Director Rhodes said is in the current facility, you don't have the proper environments to help those individuals self-regulate or stabilize. And so that's what this facility would provide, but within the secure environment and utilizing not only their medical and mental health staff, but their correctional officers.
Okay, thank you.
The design that you're showing there, the general population, the highest density is what, 4 per cell?
Yeah, currently, yes. there are 4 bed cells in the existing tower.
So 4 beds per unit. Okay, and then the new design, that's 4 beds per unit is the maximum per unit.
On the 4th floor, yes.
All right, so in say the new facility as a whole, the maximum beds per unit is what? 4?
We still do have some 4 bed cells that we're including, but we are including we're including a mix. So it ranges from single cell, 2 bed cells, and 4 bed cells.
Okay, so somebody that's going in to a single unit, are they considered dangerous individuals?
Or they're highly disruptive if they're at a higher mental health acuity level that they need to have a single cell.
Okay, but so leads me to the question I have is, space is a premium, construction's expensive. Why so few beds per unit? Why not 8? Why not 12? And maximizing that space?
While that may be appropriate for the general population, when we're looking at the medical, mental health, and even your female units, we're recommending nothing larger than a 4 bed.
All right, well, that was my question, was in the general population, what was the maximum? And I asked if it was 4, and that's what you said, yes.
Right.
Okay, so why not in general population? Are we not at 8 or 12 or 16 open space?
So the management, you have to remember it's a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day operation. So the maximum that managing individuals for their sleep time and separation time, putting 4 people into one cell, we can manage that if they can behave. When you add 6 people or 2 more people, 8 more people to that same cell, that you never get any separation. So when the inmates are out of their cell on recreation, there's 64 individuals in almost all of our units and in multiple of the units that we're talking about building. 64 inmates in a day room. That's a large congregation of individuals. When they're back in their cells in the evenings or during lockdown time, several times during the day, putting them into 4 seems to be and has been the industry standard that's your safest component as far as detention centers. Now, prisons may be very different, but you have to remember that detention centers, we booked in about 14,000 people last year. So, but to only have 700-800 in the detention center means they come and go quickly. You have to remember that the more people that don't know each other that you put into a mix and that volatility changes over, then you get into a dangerous situation. So if our staff can't manage behavior, then we have more problems. I don't know if that answers your question or not. I hope it does. It has to do with being able to manage people confined in a space that they typically prefer not to be and get along with other people at the same time.
Well, you answered based on what you're trying to do, but I'm a belief it can be done more efficiently for the general population. The amount of people you're putting in a unit, condensing the space and allowing for more beds without having to build bigger.
Well, so I can help some with that, possibly. So we have 4 dormitory units right now. Dormitory units is a 64-bed unit with the same number of divided half walls. So there are 4-person cells, but there's no front to the wall. It's half walls and there's no cell door. We struggle to find inmates that can stay in those units without creating conflict and controversy and problems in that unit. They need a cell door. So if we build 12-person, 18-person cells, then we're going to bump into that same concept, that same issue of management. So if we can't build more units like dormitory units, 64-person units that are open, then that goes back to that need for separation.
So 4 is the threshold for your kind of minimum security people? That's
4
kind of the industry standard. And
That's-
then you're saying anything above that, the level of risk accelerates?
Yes, sir. And when we say minimum threshold and industry standard, certainly that's for when they're locked in their cell.
I assume y'all vet on them too, to make sure, like, create, like, within each cell, 4 people that you're doing your best to ensure
We absolutely
that
do,
they're-
yes, sir.
that they're as compatible as they can be.
As compatible as they can be, which is an art in the confinement setting as well. Todd might be able to address that a little better.
I think probably what we should have explained is we looked at the different classification in bed needs. You already have 4 dormitory beds that meets that account to be able to put 64 inmates in an open dormitory. That's what you didn't need any more of. That percentage of those inmates that can classify to be in that open setting, you already have those beds for that. So that's why we showed in our new design, the new tower, we didn't have any of those. As inmates change, population changes, and the crime changes and the type of offenders, there's less and less that come to jail that fit that very minimum custody that could be in an open dorm like you're talking about. If you didn't already have those, we would have showed a certain percentage of that to accommodate that percentage of the overall jail population. Does that answer your question a little bit better?
Well, where I'm driving at is, are you familiar with Fairfax County, Virginia's prison there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I worked there. And we had a cell that you had 4 rooms, and you had your little open corridor with a 4-sided bench and seats. And the idea was to have 1 person, which was 4. It never worked that way. So we may had 16 people in there. And now I'm talking a maximum security. So we had the people that were going down the road for murder, rape, robbery, whatever the case might be. And often we would have 2 per cell, so that was 8, because we were busy. And then out on the floor, they had their little cot you put, maybe you had 4 more. And we rotated back and forth. You know, you get your 8 hours in there and you get your sleep. You come out and the next one's going in, and we constantly rotated it. You know, we're not building the Hilton. There's a reason they're there, but I just think that based on what I've been involved with, and rarely do we have issues, and again, this was maximum security, that we put that many people in a given cell, that we could do this more efficiently and keep our costs down. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, I never turned that off before.
Chairman, I got it.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Marcus, if you don't mind, did you say we had, on that one given day, 75 from municipalities? Or 70-some, was that the number you said on that?
No, sir, I said there were, all part of that. I said 75 inmates awaiting disposition on municipal or magistrate court charges. So that would be cities and county charges or state charges.
Can you give us a breakdown for first quarter maybe, or just for a month, however, on where our inmates are coming from, each agency, whether it's county, Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Loris?
I can give you some estimates, but they are certainly estimates. I didn't prepare those numbers. I can get those numbers. But I can tell you that frequently we will get anywhere from, well, listen now, wait a minute. Let me see if I have this. Can you give me a minute to dig in this notebook?
Yeah, I mean, that's something you can bring later if you need
I
to.
might actually have.
I didn't expect you to have those numbers readily available. I thought maybe that might be something you could.
I can certainly research, but
With that number, if we could also get how many people we're incarcerating that are from Horry County versus other counties and then other states.
And then Barry, how much money in our budget is generated from these municipalities individually and hospitality tax and property taxes too? And how that affects our budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have we ever thought about privatizing?
I don't know if we've actually discussed it. I don't think it's a good idea for a lot of reasons, but somebody else might disagree with me.
I was just curious if we've ever looked at it.
Mr. Crawford?
So do you know the percentage, like how many of the inmates are tourists? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know. We can work to get an answer to that. The issue there has, for us, well.
And then I think also, like, can you pinpoint from what particular, if any, municipality they originate from?
Yeah, I can tell you Myrtle Beach brings us the most, but that's also the largest municipality, which is reasonable. I will tell you that we get, I would estimate over 50 a week from municipalities. I'll have to check, I'll have to verify those numbers and get that, and I can work on the tourist. I guess that'll be based on a home zip code.
I'd be interested to know also, just comparably, the city of Myrtle Beach versus the unincorporated area, what their amount is compared to the unincorporated areas. How many inmates we take from them specifically.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator.
Yes, do have a couple of questions. One of the items I do see in each of these three options is at least temporary extension of the bow tie component or a portion of that.
Yes, sir.
How long will the existing facility there, or that A side, I guess, A or B, I'm not sure which one, how long will it realistically last at this point functionally?
We are, and I don't know if you guys have an answer to that better than I do. I'll certainly let the design team talk about that. Our maintenance guys do our very best to keep things upgraded in that area, but we are putting Band-Aids on Band-Aids in the bow tie. The reason that we would not demo the entire bow tie at one time simply has to do with trying to maximize the efficiency of the operation and not create additional cost. One of the things that caused us to put the fourth floor on the tower was we realized that building up is going to be less expensive than more towers. Our first run at this included 3 towers in this presentation, and it would have completely eliminated the bow tie altogether. That was cost prohibitive. We felt like, and we could do better by adding a 4th floor on our existing tower. I do know that the roof is going to need to be repaired. All of the window, like, how many years could that Band-Aid work? Do you guys have an idea? The other piece too is when you, like we talked about renovating the bow tie, but we all agree that doing that is, you're going to have serious jackhammers in there to tear up all the plumbing and put new plumbing in. So how that brick and mortar is going to work when there was no seismic specifications at the time that the bow tie was built, it'd be terrible to put all new plumbing in and the walls fall over. So that would be bad. Our hope would be that we, Todd's stepping up and he's probably got something good to say. I'm going to stop right there.
I was just going to say, in our facility assessment, the bow tie is from all of our engineering assessments, it's pretty much reached its end of life. And the main reason that we were only showing demo in half of it was to keep the A side is actually still operable while the other ones were being built. And then once that's built, and then you see in the second phase, it would be demoing the rest of the bow tie and replacing that with a future phase. But I mean, your plumbing, plus to renovate that, you're gonna lose so many beds from what you have because of the standards and the ADA compliances and all that stuff that you'd have to bring that up to. So as far as a time period or how long that A site's gonna last, I can't give you a day, you know, how many months or whatever, but we do think it would be there until the new tower and that other addition is done. And then at that time, you can move those in there. We would have recommended demoing it all at one time, but you're gonna need those beds while those other beds are being built.
But functionally, it will last to get us to phase 2 of whichever option.
Yes, sir. We think so. Yes, sir.
They want to consider. Okay.
During that time period, you'll just keep spending money on it though.
Yeah.
Inevitably. I mean, the electrical system is completely antiquated. I'm surprised you can get parts for it at this point.
Sometimes we can't.
Yeah. You know,
We-
eBay, right?
We literally, there are systems in the bow tie that we've had, our maintenance people and our IT people have actually built things that we can't get any longer. And we have bought some things off of eBay because other places have gotten rid of them and they had them for sale and we desperately needed them and that was the only place to get it. So we've been creative with our Band-Aids. I'm afraid the box is going to get empty after a while.
Jails age so much differently than any other county building. I usually say they age in dog years because in the day you open it, it's open 24/7, 365 by people that don't want to be in it. You know, so it's taken a beating as compared to this building, you know, that's got nights and weekends and holidays off. That doesn't happen there, and most people that come here want to be here. Well, that's opposite in a jail, so that's when I say they age so much faster. A 30-year-old jail would be like a 90-year-old any other county building.
I would suggest our treasurer might not agree with that last comment. She doesn't get many people wanting to give her money. The annex and the minimum security, I think in all of your options, maybe except one, suggest that's not a good investment. What other uses could those facilities do for us, or how would we potentially use those for other purposes?
The annex is the newest of the two buildings. The annex, we currently house our general population females and our recovery unit females in those spaces. It's in good shape. The most difficult part for that is staffing, and that being across the street from where the main campus is. That could be utilized for training. It's certainly 2 dorm units. We can utilize that area for training for years to come. The minimum security building is it's just what we want to make of it. It's stick built. It's got a shingled roof on it. It's a large open space with cinder block cubicle walls with two bunks in each little cubicle. 4 rows of that. That can be reconfigured. Currently, we're using that space as our training area for our ERT units and a lot of our specialized classes that are not very large. We utilize that for training now. That could be converted to office space. It sits a little low in the super rains. It gets a little wet. We have to put some things outside to keep the inside from getting wet, but we manage to do that. So the annex is good for years to come. Needs a roof right now, but it's about time for a roof. The minimum security, the other idea, there could be, if there was a crisis stabilization location, the annex would be good for that. quite potentially could be used for that purpose if the county decided that we wanted to do some diversion, deflection before people get into the detention center. Somebody's that's picked up, they could be arrested, but the law enforcement decided that they didn't have to go to jail as long as there was a place that they could have a crisis stabilization time. It could be used for that.
Did you compare it to freestanding mental health? Possibly.
Possibly. As long as it did not need to be secure confinement because it is open dorms. Certainly.
How many people that are being arrested daily right now and housed in the jail could be put in that category?
Put in the what? The freestanding mental health category?
No, you made a comment before Jenna's question about diversion.
I've never counted that, but it's certainly something worth counting. We booked in, I think it was 17 people yesterday during the daytime and 19 last night. If that category, that crisis stabilization, was properly staffed, and we probably could have, I would estimate that we would be able to accommodate probably 10 of those at least. Without looking at the charges and looking that as a possibility, those are certainly some statistics that we could work to look at, and I think it's a reasonable question, but we haven't done it because we don't have that option. So I don't want to speak to something that you would look at me later and say, why did you tell me that? And that's not true. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. So is there only 29 in total at the jail currently, or is there more?
29.
You said there was 19?
19 people brought to jail last night, 17 in the daytime. That means those are fresh bookings. They came in. That many more will probably come in today. And, a random Tuesday, a couple of weeks ago, we had 30 people come in at night. I don't know what happened on Tuesday. I don't know where the party was, but.
So that didn't necessarily fit into that category, that was just total?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Right.
And Director Rose, but even with diversion programs, wouldn't that involve your judiciary as well to determine how they would be either booked in versus going to a diversion program?
Right. There would need to be, we'd have to establish what those standards would be to accommodate that. There are programs that operate throughout the country that way, where people are able to divert to a non-secure facility. It still has to be staffed well.
Sure. Is there any way to quantify the number or percentage? Could you get that calculation for us of current inmates on average? Not today, but just.
That would fit that category?
Yes, sir.
I can work on that. It's going to take me a little bit of time, though. It won't be today, I agree, but it won't be tomorrow either.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for all the information. You've done a great job.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. Dennis always has a question. Have we ever looked into?
Because they're always intelligent questions.
You're exactly right. That's why you're a lawyer. Have we ever looked into private people building and owning the property and we lease it from them so we can operate it?
I don't think we've looked at that. We usually like to be in the business of being the landlord if it's something we've got that much investment in it.
Well, right now, it looks like from the way we built this prison, it's spread out all over and it's kind of complicated and it's a total, needs to be redone. So if we're going to redo it, have we ever looked at someone else building it and we lease it?
I could truthfully say we have not looked at that. My initial comment would be if you interject someone that does have a profit motive, that generally that would increase the cost over time versus be the minimal cost that we possibly can get. That would just be my first question of consideration.
Like Dennis said, it wasn't probably too smart of a question.
I know we have statutory authority to charge municipalities to house inmates coming from the municipalities. Is there any correlating statutory authority that would require the municipalities to co-finance the construction of an additional facility with us so that we're not bearing the burden on our own?
I don't think there's I don't think there's a law that we could use to require them to contribute to the capital project, but there certainly is a law for a fee schedule, and it doesn't set a fee. It's something we can enter into contractually, and we discussed that yesterday. That's one of the things that we're going to be doing going forward.
What would happen to those inmates if they don't agree to the fee that we're charging them?
I think we have to accept them under the law, and it would just be a contractual dispute between us and whatever municipality sits in.
What current funding mechanism are we going to potentially use for this jail?
That's a good question.
And who pays into that fund?
Yeah, presently in the budget, what we have is $6 million in 2027's budget, which we feel like gives us well in the way of design to get us to the point of a better cost, perhaps, because I think that's when the decision point, we won't, everything we're working with at the moment, it's very typical to our other larger projects. You've got to go through an element of design before you can actually get to a real or a more firm cost for you to make that decision on. What we would be programming in, right now we just have some placeholders in our general debt projection. I would say that it does not equal $150 million at the moment. So we would have to evaluate that based on what direction we get from council to see how we can fund, if we can fund and how we could fund that. I would suggest it most likely would be a general obligation bond issuance. That's the typical thing that local government would do. That's the type of general asset that a local government would have and should be funded by the GO bond issue and that debt service fund. But we will have to be looking at a longer debt service amortization schedule to fund something with this higher cost.
And how is the debt service for the CIP made up of as it relates to millage?
I believe it's 3.7 mils. Looking at our team down here just to verify that. And you may remember over the last several years, we have employed a strategy when we're selecting those projects to try to maximize what that 3.7 mils funds, but to maintain it within the existing funding stream. We would not be suggesting as a part of this an additional millage related to the construction side. I will say though, when I make that comment, it's going to require more people to operate a larger facility, and that by itself, our current recurring revenue does not cover. It is part of that increase that we talked about earlier in the meeting that we will need additional resources, additional millage in the future to be able to operate an expanded facility.
And what's the collection area of that millage?
It's countywide. That is a countywide millage we collect for general debt service.
So the municipalities are already paying into the debt
Residents
service.
of municipalities are paying that, yes.
That's what makes it complicated. We have a statutory authority to collect a fee for the municipalities, but in theory, they're already paying a portion of it, so.
In most cases, they're paying a larger portion than, we're collecting more money from municipalities than they're sending inmates.
I don't know.
It's a good alignment for their decision-making and what they charge and how they charge to have a fee that probably better aligns with our ultimate outcome and goals.
Another way of saying it is it's eye-opening when you look at it. It's like $8. It's like maybe maximum $35.
Yeah, I guess my point is it'd be interesting to see the calculation of the total number of average inmates from Myrtle Beach.
Yep.
And then what Myrtle Beach is actually contributing to the debt service CIP fund.
We were absolutely looking at that right there.
Yeah, are there any other
It's kind of
analogous enterprise funds that we have that we participate with municipalities in the funding of? Like, I don't know if there is.
Well, I mean, in terms of our budget, the municipalities are heavily vested into the Solid Waste Authority. That's one of our enterprise funds. certainly the enterprise fund we operate at the airport is a direct feeder to all of those municipalities, the majority of the municipalities in that regard, but they don't contribute towards it. It stands on its own. The actual passengers are the one that fund that, and grants through the federal and state side is the primary sources, and the revenue that they generate from fuel sales and other options of that nature.
There may be opportunities to explore, to help finance the construction costs that doesn't require the county to carry the entire burden on their own. I just wonder if I'm not saying we don't go forward with the $6 million to, get to a firm cost, but as we approach that firm cost, we might want to try and explore other opportunities to help fund the construction of it that isn't on the back of the county on its own.
Well, I guess
So
the
the
point I was making
municipalities-
is that the municipalities are contributing at a large rate, and
To the
some
muni-
are CIP.
So the municipalities don't contribute at all?
Yes, they do.
They do.
The residents in Surfside Beach are paying into the debt service fund, and in Myrtle Beach, and in North Myrtle Beach. I bet if you did an analysis of the number of inmates that are in the jail right now, based on the funds that they contribute to the county, you'll find out they're a donor.
You think there's more county inmates
They're a donor,
per dollar
not a-
spent?
They're a donor, not a net negative.
I'd love to know the answer to that.
I think that's something we're looking at right now, because Surfside, for example, doesn't house any inmates there, so if they make an arrest, even if it's a city, and the person's going to jail, they take them to J. Reuben Long.
But every single taxpayer in Horry County that has a secondary residence, primary or commercial business is paying into the debt service CIP.
No doubt, but what we're trying to focus on is how favorably or equitably calculate this service.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting an increase in any taxes. I'm just suggesting that perhaps there's a way to force the municipalities to put some sort of dedicated millage towards the construction cost of something like this.
Yeah, and all I'm saying, under the current thing, under the current debt CIP, every taxpayer in Horry County is contributing to it.
Okay.
So they're paying into that fund.
Everybody's paying into the CIP, no doubt, but when we're talking about this jail and who it serves and how much it costs, if it costs to run that jail, for example, $175 per inmate per day, and we get an inmate from Surfside, and they pay us $8 for that day, then we need to readjust what we're. I'm not saying that's what they do, I'm just saying if that's what it was, it needs to be looked at a little bit harder, and that's what we're looking at right now. And at the end of the day, for today, we're gonna direct staff to do some certain things for us, and Mr. DeSpato, we're gonna put that on the list to look at that, make your suggestion.
I would say, typically construction of a detention center or jail would not be something that we can go ask for outside resources for, because they quite honestly view that as our responsibility. That's one of our charges, and you should be doing that. However, with what is being proposed, you're seeing some more unique services as it relates to the addiction, as well as mental health. And we will pursue potential options for funding for those type of operations. And we can't guarantee that there's something out there, but I think from our standpoint, we want to pursue, if there's anything out there that we can leverage that to reduce our upfront cost.
Something I think we need to look at in terms of planning, okay? So if you took the average option 2 up there at 170 million, we're no doubt going to have to borrow money in some form, sell bonds, whatever it is, to raise that money. How many years is that going to take to pay it off? 10 years, 15, 20 years?
It will be longer than our traditional 15 years. We will go at least 20, and we have the option to consider something longer, but we would have to look at what that higher cost would be for a longer amortization. It may not help us necessarily, or be valuable enough for, if the interest rate's higher, you may not gain much to go longer than 20 years, but definitely it's 20 years.
Well, my point being, based on what they were talking about, increase in population, increase in number of incarcerations, 10 years from now, based on these number of beds, we're gonna be right back here, and we haven't paid off what we're trying to do right now. So I really think that we need to suggest to these consultants, these folks, that we need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how do we get more beds out of this space we're trying to create, what I mentioned earlier, because 10 years from now, we're gonna be right back here, and again, we haven't paid off what we just built, and we're out of space already. So I think we need to make this more efficient, and how do we get another 100, 150 beds or whatever, so, we're not back here in 10 years, and we're moving forward, but I think they need to go back and figure out how do we get more beds in this thing.
I think that will be the direction for this study that they're doing, that the administrator was talking about. Mr. Crawford, I don't know if that's you or.
I just wanted to just kind of get your opinion on this. So I know there are challenges with the opioid epidemic.
Yes, sir.
I know. So would you say with the expansion, this would help us to, I guess, mitigate any problems that may occur with inmates that are coming in and their adjustment to the facility, to a confined area? Because I know when they come in that's difficult. So I know there's a safety component for your staff that's a part of that.
Right.
And for other inmates. So I just for the public and everybody to understand one of the things that's going on here. So the expansion, I would assume, would help you address that and help you enhance your efforts.
Absolutely.
In that area.
Absolutely. So the reason that we are moving forward in the projection and the whole idea of the design, the conceptual design to have a mental health section of the detention center and a medical section of the detention center is to address those issues. It's not only just something nice to do or good to do, but the Eighth Amendment requires that we provide adequate medical care for people who are incarcerated. And so right now we have zero design space for detoxing inmates, zero design space for inmates that have chronic medical conditions, zero design space for inmates that have chronic or serious mental illness. However, we have approximately average in 2025, we had 212 individuals incarcerated that were on some type of withdrawal protocols, either opioid, benzodiazepine, or alcohol withdrawal. We have 163 inmates a month average on psychiatric medications, and we have 66 inmates on average per month with suicidal ideations. Having proper spaces designed does several different things. One, it maximizes our officers' efficiency to be able to manage the inmates in these two floors that Ms. Wiseman described. It gives our officers opportunity to manage more at one time because they're specifically situated to see better, and the walls are better. Visibility through those walls in those units. Also, our nursing staff and our medical staff right now have to walk across the street to deal with some folks, up 4 floors in the tower to deal with some folks, and then on both wings of the bow tie. Our chronic medical folks will be housed on that 1 floor, so all of those steps and times that are lost in dealing with the distance, our medical staff will be able to keep an eye on them much closer and faster. We also plan to introduce medication-assisted treatment protocols that will assist with that detox time with our inmates. So there are a litany of things that we are looking to be able to do that increase both the care that we give. And remember, we're building a new addition, and to fail to provide for that says that we intentionally did not create. We can't help today what was not created years ago. The times have changed. All of those emphasis have changed. Our inmate population has gotten sicker, and there's more mental health issues. So moving forward to be constitutionally compliant, there's an imperative there that we build that. But it's also not just constitutionally compliant. It's the right thing to do for the right reasons. It gives these individuals an opportunity to recover and do better if they choose to.
And I'm sure it's intensified in the summer when with all the tourists and everything Myrtle Beach sends over.
It used to be intensified during the summer, and that certainly was my supposition, but oddly enough, in February, we had one of our banner months, just a host of people that apparently live here or visit year round. I can't say it's all tourists because it's just so.
But I'm sure it accelerates.
It accelerates in certain months of the year, certainly.
That was Valentine's Day. Mr. Anderson.
I cringe at the idea of having to spend money to take care of bad people in a good way, but I look forward to making an investment to help the people with mental health issues. So in all this reevaluation and thinking about demolishing a building, could it be repurposed for mental health? And really want to emphasize, I think we're doing a good job of turning the ship around, but to answer to work with Mr. Massarelli's situation, in a couple of years, if we're taking, and we're doing a better job now, if we continue to take care of people with mental health issues, maybe we won't have to, it'll be cheaper in the long run, and we can really focus on the bad guys in the jails and folks who are not bad people who just need help. So thank you for all the great work and the great numbers, but please keep mental health at the forefront.
Mr. Howard. Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Have we looked at going out, finding a new location and just build this from scratch the proper way? Cut down on all, like you just said, everything spread out and walk time and up and down and food transported and all this stuff. Have we looked at the cost of a brand new site with a brand new facility, with all the modern technology, with all the futuristic expansion in it, and just abandon what we've got and move into that? Has that been looked at?
Mr. Howard, I would try to answer that question. I hope and pray you don't ask us to do that.
Our finance people know this.
Because the cost would be multiple times over what you're looking at here to do that.
If any of those numbers give you heartburn, what you're describing.
Just the land alone would cost us.
Is everything in the new tower that's still, or in the current tower that's in good condition, that's 500 beds that you would have to rebuild. And I think that's where option 3, it gets close to what you are describing of having that consolidated campus, reducing the travel time.
Yeah, and we are creating a campus atmosphere in this general area with our other public safety training and elements so we can be more efficient and effective with the overall services we provide.
And ideally, our mental health facility will be right next door to it, as Dr. Dukes had indicated earlier. Mr. Coffey, last
Chairman,
question.
just real quick, I know our per day inmate compensation is really low. We pass the medical care cost back to the municipalities or arresting agents, or is that absorbed in the $8 or $35 or whatever the case may be? If they have to go outside care or inside care?
I guess Marcus, please correct me, but the inside care we cover. If it's outside services, then the cities have to pay?
The outside medical services, cities do not pay. No, sir. Okay. We pay.
So recovering both in and out? No?
We are recovering?
We cover.
We cover, yes, sir. I wanted to make sure I understood the word. It's a big difference. We pay, yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. All right, if there's no further questions, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 11:18. We break on time so we can come back. 3 minutes over. Back to order. We will start with our local sales tax presentation, the local option presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't even read. Let me start over again. Let's start over again. Impact fee update, Tom Roth. Where's Tom? Raj, okay. All right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm gonna go over the impact fee update today. And as Barry Spivey mentioned earlier, we are here to ask the council to give us a direction on continue collecting the fee and adopt the new study. So I'm gonna go over a few numbers because it's budget meeting, and I'll show some projections and we'll give you a few options. So this is our population growth from the state, and as you can see, it's projected to grow, and this is county-wide population, not just unincorporated county, and we are almost at 405,000 right now, and we are projected to go to 596.
So these population projections, because I think this goes into the whole conversation we're having with all the different departments, whether it's the jail or the landfill. Current population is 405 or 416.
Somewhere around there.
What would population go to just with existing buildable lots, not taking into account future rezonings?
I have that in the next slides. I'll go over those. But so this, I'm just giving the county-wide population projection, and looking at the census and everything, Horry County is the fastest growing county in the state. And last time when I checked with the state projection to the nationwide, looks like South Carolina is adding approximate 70,000 to 80,000 residents per year, and which would be 150 to 200 per day. And Horry County is adding around 20 to 30 residents per day. And looking at the single-family residential permits, we are looking at the permits from 2015 fiscal year till the latest that we have in 2026, and we projected so you won't see the dip. And impact fee started in 2022. So these include mobile home. That's how we charge the impact fee. So single family permits include mobile homes. So we are looking around 5,700 based on our code enforcement team projection, what the permit's gonna look like for 2026. And since we started in 2022, the impact fees, the permits kept at pace. It didn't change any of those residential. And coming to your question, this is our active residential development site. So right now, the population countywide is 401 and unincorporated is 300. And based on our inventory, major residential developments, so far, we have approved that are not yet built, 45,943 units.
But that's entitled units, right?
They're
But
approved.
not buildable.
Yes.
I think what Tyler's question is, because we're having a little bit of a philosophical debate right now, is and I talked to Stevie about this briefly, if every single buildable lot was entitled at their existing zoning right now, how many lots would that be?
I have old data, but I can run the new data sometime. But the old data, based on the projection model that we did last year, we had around 20,000 parcels that are not developed. And if they're developed by right, the count came around 300,000 units. But if the rezoning happens, that will definitely increase. Yes.
But I guess the question is, and you may not be able to answer this, how much does it go up by?
We'll run those numbers and we'll get back.
I know that's a variable question because it could be an MRD, it could be an
For
SF,
example, just to give a perspective, if a property is zoned CFA, they, no matter what the size is, based on the zoning, they can build only 5 lots. But if it's rezoned, if it's 1,000 acres, you'll get more lots on it. By right, with the current zoning, if it's CFA, they can build only 5.
Would CFA be the largest classification of
On the
zoning
rule,
throughout the
yes.
county right now?
Yes, CFA and FA.
CFA can have 2 units per acre. Upwards.
Yes. And the maximum units are capped at 5.
2 units per acre of uplands, correct?
No, 2 units per acre.
2 units per acre.
It's a half-acre lot, so it's not actually 2 units.
There's an upland.
Because you gotta do infrastructure, but you could have half the lot in wetlands, that never passed. So if you have a 23,000 square foot lot, 22.5, 10,000 of that lot could be in wetlands. Sorry, I'm the one that normally yells at people.
And so currently there's
45,000
roughly 46,000, and we're consuming 6,000 a year with
permits.
buildable permits.
So we got
there's
9 years
7
of growth.
So there's 7 years worth of inventory.
Yeah.
So without any more rezonings, we have capacity to handle 100,000 more people in the unincorporated areas, plus what the city or municipalities may already have by right, or would modify zoning to create in the future. So, I mean, this supports that 600,000 people.
Like this, if you put the household size, that will be 100,000, that was Mr. Spivey was saying, and you add this to the unincorporated, so you'll look at 400,000. And moving forward, for the impact fee study, now with the projections, county started looking into the impact fees since early 2000s, and this was the first study, this was the study that was done. And as you can see, the projections that was estimated in 2001 were around 400,000, and we are almost in the same alignment. So back then they estimated around 400,000 people in 2001, and we're in the same projection. So the purpose is like the projections are aligning with our growth rate, and the fee proposal in 2001 was around $1,262 per single family when it was done in 2001, based on the study. So coming to our current study, this is our impact fee timeline. County adopted impact fees in October 11 on 2021. That's when the fees are started. And we would like to review the options since we are almost 5 years of the timeline, and it usually follows the comprehensive plan update. So moving to the next one. This map shows all the parcels that paid impact fee in the entire county. And each color goes back to the oldest fiscal year, since the fees has to be first in, first out basis. And now I'm going to go through the revenue and expenditures since fiscal year 2022 till 2025. So county so far collected till fiscal year 2025 in collections $32 million, and those are kept in the interest-bearing accounts, and the interest was $2 million, which would bring us the impact fee revenue to $34 million for FY25, and we spent around $13 million for FY25. And looking at the expenditure per category, for police, we spent almost $1 million, and EOC $1 million, fire $8 million, Parks and Rec $1 million, and waste management around 500,000. So overall expenditure for 2025 are around 13 million. And this is the fund balance starting from 2022 to 25. By the end of 2025 fiscal year, we had around 20 million fund balance. And finance department gave me the updated values. So this is what we have till last week, fiscal year 2026. So the collections are 37, with interest, total revenue is 40 million, and expenditures were 15 million, and the fund balance was 24 million as of last week. But we already appropriated some of those for the capital improvements with encumbrance of 6 million. So right now we have around 17 million per specific category of the fee we collected. So we can't spend on different categories. I would like to go over a few of those projects that we've done across the county. And the first one would be the Michael Morris Graham Playground.
I'm sorry, can you just back up a second? So if I'm understanding that correctly, that means we have a little more than $17 million available. So we're running a surplus on this every year?
No, that's where the impact fee law comes into place. Because of the time constraint, the day you put on the schedule, you have to spend it. So we wait till we have the capital improvement project ready. So right now they're appropriated, that's the reason you see those appropriated. Those have to be spent in 3 years from the day.
So we're not running surpluses, we're just waiting to spend
Yes.
the money to the staff.
Calculated.
Okay, gotcha.
So these are the projects that are done in the county-wide so far. Parks and Rec, Michael Morris Playground, and one in Carolina Forest that is expanding. All these are funded by impact fee projects. And this is the boat landing, Highway 22 and 17 project. Saucusty Recreation Park, although this has different funds allotted, impact fee is one of the that is going into that project. And the fire stations, Nixonville and Wampy Station, Forest Brook Station, and Shell Station, all impact fee funded projects. And Recycle Center, Wampy Recycle Center, this is an impact fee project. And on the beach side, we got beach restrooms. One is Seabreeze Restroom, Cottage Beach, and Calhoun Drive. I promise those are different pictures, not different angles. So those are three different projects. And with all those, this is our current fee schedule that was adopted in 2020. And single family, 1236, multi-family, 1,000. So the proposed, based on the square foot model, since it's been a year since we presented this, is gonna look like this. So what you see in the gray is the maximum supported fee based on the study conducted by Tischler and Weiss consultants. And option A would be the maximum minus transportation fee. Option B would be some service level adjustments to option A. And option C is more service level adjustments to option A. So these are few options that we are presenting you today to consider. And this is our current fee, so you can see the variance. And Mr. Spive, if you can add something to it.
Yeah, I would just say, if you look at the two options that Raj has shown you here, option B essentially takes the current fee of $12.36 and benchmarks it against a size home between 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. So that gives you an option if that's where you want the existing fee to match, that is the blue column. If you take that one step further at the 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, that's option C. So that benchmarks our existing fee, maintains our existing fee for that size home. Now, each of the other categories or property types are impacted by that benchmarking. But I think in both cases, it's lower or essentially the same for retail, but lower for other uses such as industrial and potentially the same for lodging and so forth. So it's trying to maintain our existing fee structure with this continuation, but it allows us, I think, in this regard to better utilize the fees based on the selection of those individual property types or categories at the bottom that are suggested.
How much money is generated by business license fees annually?
Business license fees, I think can you help me with that, our team? I think it's $11 to $12 million a year in terms of business license revenue count in the unincorporated areas.
And how much money would be generated under the max fee for commercial, under impact fees?
You said, I misunderstood your question. I was answering business license fees.
That was my
Okay.
question.
All right.
And then how much money would be generated from commercial under the max fee?
Max fee?
4,549 without transportation, and 10,000 if we include transportation for retail.
I do not have that report with me, but it is calculated in that report. If you charge the max fee, what it would be for each of those categories of uses in that regard. We certainly would not again, as we've discussed in the past, excluding the transportation, because some of these things are calculated that impact fees can only pay for the increased capacity. If you're building a road, you've got to build both sides of the road. You can't build just half the road to increase capacity. With our transportation plan, that's a better option with the transportation tax and our other sources to try to address those. So we've excluded that altogether with from consideration here based on our prior discussions. Some of the elements that we have within this for categories are similar because the capacity, the enhanced capacity is only a fraction of what the increased cost will be. It's better to exclude those to give us more flexibility to be able to utilize those dollars. But I do not have what it would be for each of those categories with us.
The point I'm driving at is one of the challenges that we've always faced with impact fees, philosophically for me, is that the same proportional impact fee on residential has to be implemented on commercial. And if there was a creative way to be able to reduce fees on businesses, to be able to still have an impact fee implemented at a higher rate.
And that's our problem.
Yeah, that's our problem. I don't know if we can legally do that.
We can reduce business license fees. We sure can.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like Tyler was talking about earlier. Your 1,200 to your 2,000 square foot homes is what generates us have, you know, new jail, new fire station, new police, new this. So it's all stemming from that component not paying its way. So we don't need to push it over on business side because we need the business to come in. So we need to find a way to put more there and less on business.
Okay. I would say two things just in response. The business license fee is a recurring and can be used for actual staffing. This is capital solely and can only go for the capital items. What is driving the retail, office, industrial, those components is public safety. Obviously, public safety does impact the residential side, but it's heavily weighted towards businesses as the drivers based on traffic, based on, and again, this methodology is not something, I guess it's specifically mentioned in the statute, but it's been driven by case law study, case law issues in that regard, of how it has to be calculated. But it does disproportionately weight traffic, use of fire, EMS, as well as police to businesses more so than the home that the person left to get to the business in that regard. But we can reduce the public safety side of this and lower the fee towards business if that's the desire you would look at. And we do that just by selecting which of those items at what level we fund them. But to the extent we do reduce it on public safety, we do have to make that up through our CIP, through other sources.
So every time we reduce a category to try to accommodate someone, we have to come up with the money somewhere else.
Yes. There, yes. There.
Yes, sir.
I think Tyler's right. You know, we don't want to inadvertently punish small business. But just a quick question. What's the reason behind the suggested change in the impact fee?
Well, the first order of business here is a continuation. We now are approaching our 5-year anniversary, and I believe from a legal standpoint, we do need to adopt a new study periodically within every 5 years for it to continue to be collected. The options that you're presenting here was attempting to take our existing fee structure and try to maintain that as closely as possible. The option B and C, the only difference between the two as a general rule is that the 1236, which is that residential cost today, would match up with the 1,500 to 2,000 square foot or the 1,000 to 1,500 square foot.
So say again, how would we decrease the burden on our small businesses?
To decrease the burden on small business, we could look at the percentage of the public safety elements of this, police, fire, EMS, if we reduce those percentages, that lowers the cost to retail, to office, to industrial, those categories. That's the main drivers in those numbers.
Yeah, but then consequentially, you'll end up.
Yes, I do have to cover that cost through the fire fund, through the general fund, for those capital items.
What if we maintain the status quo? Is that even feasible?
Well, this is attempting to maintain the status quo as closely as possible. So if you look at option C, for instance, if you adopted option C, that's a $140 reduction to retail. That maintains office about the same. It's a reduction for industrial, a little bit different for institutional, and a little bit lower for lodging. That's about as close as we can get to the existing fee structure with this continuation.
This is just a impact fee on the initial construction.
Yes.
Not-
No, sir.
And that's not going to result in any deleterious effect on our ability to fund our CIP?
If you adopt option B or C, it actually will help improve our ability to deliver on our CIP.
To get to your point, Cam, I think we need to really encourage our delegation to look at changing state law to bifurcate residential and commercial from the impact fee, because it's really hampering our ability to be able to address the needs of growth and not continuing to raise taxes on current residents to pay for growth.
We talked about this, we talked about this a couple
I like to
years
put that in
ago.
the form of a motion,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Didn't somebody file a bill, it just didn't go anywhere?
I don't know, but I think it's important on
I
us to.
don't, to my knowledge, if they have, I'm not saying they did or didn't, to my knowledge, they didn't. No one has talked to county council about it. So what we
I
have,
think the bill was filed, I just don't think it's really gone anywhere.
well, I think we have a motion right now to,
Yeah, so my
for a
motion is
resolution.
to send a letter to the local delegation in the State House encouraging impact fee law be looked at and bifurcated from residential and commercial. So we aren't penalizing small business owners. We are trying to pay for future growth from the growth of itself.
We have a first and we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Mr. Michael Mastrolia.
I like what Tyler says. The question I have is, so if we did that, and let's say they were to make a change, how long is that gonna take place? A year?
At least a year, because I mean, you know, it's just, it's passing a law is what it basically, but this would be the will of Horry County Council expressed to our local delegation. This is what we'd like for one of the things we ought to prioritize.
Assuming in a perfect world, they're able to get legislation passed in the next legislative session.
Exactly.
Would we be able to amend this?
Yes.
You know, you look at that fee there, that on retail, that $10,000. I mean, you know, for somebody like starting up.
Yeah, it will cripple them, yeah.
That's all. And the other thing I just want to make mention of is, I always understood the impact fee to be applied to new business, but I have seen instances where there's been a change of use or something, or it may be the same business, but the building they go into is a change of use, and then it's applied to them. And I don't think that's fair, especially when you're talking about small business. You know, industry, they can deal with that very easily. But
If we look at the intent, and that's what we should be looking at. What is the intent of an impact fee? The intent of an impact fee is to make the developer pay for the impact he has produced to that community. And it needs to be spent in that community. So this is a poorly written law as far as having a result. So if we could separate the commercial component from the residential component, it would go a long way towards helping us. If we could get clarification on what an impact is, it would help us.
do you think we should just do a resolution?
I think that's what the motion is right now, a resolution to expressing the will of county council to our local delegation and to the legislature in general, that this is a high priority for Horry County. And we want it done if at all possible, and it is possible, it just needs to be done.
Should we also engage our lobbyists in Columbia?
Absolutely, it's worth it. It's worth every penny that it's reasonable.
And these challenges that are facing us are facing every other county across the state.
Every
So
county
I'm
in-
sure
in
the Association of Counties
The
is,
Association of Counties would jump at this opportunity. It's just, we run into a logjam, and Cam, you might be absolutely right. It may have been filed, it may have died, but this needs some traction. We need to let everybody know that this is important to everybody involved, every citizen here that lives here and pays taxes here. This is important to them. And then for the business community, we're a business-friendly county. We want to encourage businesses to continue to come here, and we don't want to cripple them with an impact fee that we have to do under the current state law.
and I think to further it, I think there needs to be an exhibit attached to the letter, really showing the impacts growth is having on the county budget here in Horry County as it relates to the average home cost, that the new construction that's being built that is putting a strain on county resources. And it's not commercial businesses that are causing the budgetary concerns that we have currently.
It also
The
makes
the 6%ers are actually helping us.
Yeah, the commercial side is what, at 6%, strengthens that, and as we look forward, we recognize that there perhaps won't be as much commercial development to balance our residential as there has been in the past. I mean, the dynamic of shopping has changed since COVID, whether that's grocery shopping, whether that's clothing shopping, whether that's home goods and those type things. So much of that's being distributed in from online type resources versus somebody going to a physical brick and mortar store. I don't see that changing necessarily in the future, not, at least not near-term future.
It also makes it.
That
really-
educational component is really important, I think, for them to be able to visibly see how these impacts are affecting us locally.
Yes.
I will say, Tim McGinnis did file that bill in 2024.
Okay, well, good.
To bifurcate it.
That's awesome.
And what's come of it?
Where's it postured?
It has not progressed. I'm trying to find where it is exactly, but
You know, it makes it almost impossible to even consider any of the other components of the impact fee because of the commercial. I mean, it's just.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just a killer.
Well, bravo for Mr. McGinnis. I don't know what that does with our resolution, but I mean, it doesn't change our will.
No, I think that's
They
where,
have to refile it after this year.
and that's the reason why the law was written that way, Cam.
What's that?
That's the reason why the law was written that way.
So it's time, yes, so we couldn't take
Did they
it.
co-sponsor that? No, well, it was written that way, but what the legislature back in whatever, 94, what they're trying to get you to do is, instead of doing impact fees, because there was all these lawsuits. This is like back in 93 and 94. If you look at the history, there was a lot of turmoil over how impact fees were used. And so as a result of that, the General Assembly wrote that law. And if you read in between the lines, what they're telling you is, don't do impact fees. We want you to do sales taxes. That's the skinny of it.
So, but we want to do it. Any further discussion on this motion?
Yeah, no, not motion.
Huh?
Not the motion. Not the motion.
Okay, not the motion. All right, so what I'd like to do, Mr. Jordan, our parliamentarian, if you would restate the motion as you understand it, since you're going to have to draft it. Number one, it'll be clear. Number two, everybody will know what they're voting on.
a motion for the impact fee to be bifurcated between residential and other development, along with an exhibit similar to our impact fee. A motion for a resolution from County Council requesting the General Assembly to bifurcate the impact fee between residential and other development, including an exhibit from our impact fee study showing what a difference the fee amount is.
Not just the fee amount, but what new construction's having impacts on our budget. It's really outside of just the impact fee. It's actually probably a detailed page out in the impact fee study, but not this page specifically.
Based on that definition, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Mr. Anderson.
I think we need to communicate even better with our delegation, first and foremost, to let them know this is important to us, instead of worried about them cutting boat taxes and income taxes. Second of all, Mr. Mayana, thank you so much for this information. This is, wow, I can't imagine the sleepless nights you've had in the last couple of months working this together. The first question I have is, can we take the top green column and utilize that and then do the bottom right purple column? Or do we have to stick with each individual column if we want to go with something like this?
So, again, the state law, you can change anything like this in a column, but nothing like this.
That, okay.
So what we have is removing the transportation fee from the max, and you have this, and we tweak the percentages. If we lower this, this option C will go way lower than what we have in the purple column. The purple column is what we have today. So if we change the percentage to 30% for fire, this will go way too lower. So we can tweak those. That's what Mr. Spivey was saying earlier.
Gotcha. Just wanted to confirm that.
I would say there's a couple of decision points in your consideration today. One is that this splits a dwelling unit into one fee, no matter what size, into a graduated scale. So that is a decision point to make that change in that regard. So the larger the home, the more they will pay. So that's one decision point, that this study integrates or brings into the equation that we did not previously have. Previously, it was, if it's a dwelling unit, it is the same fee no matter what size.
And I really like that, because if I'm building a bigger home, I feel like it's okay if I pay a little bit more. I don't know if we could add the loop in when somebody comes in and builds 300, 500, 600 houses. I would like for them to pay a little more, because up front we have to pay a little bit more. But at the same time, if you want to open up a pizza shop and you got 2,000 square feet, I don't see where you need to spend $10,000, because if you open up a small business, you're going to provide jobs and services, and they're not the ones calling 911 like a 300 houses.
To address your comment just a moment ago, our best option is for a large development to consider a development agreement, which would perhaps impose a fee on top of this impact fee.
Where does the development agreement kick in? At what point? Enlighten me on that one.
David, can you address that?
So to have a development agreement, you need at least 25 upland acres.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's a good start, because that way.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Under the current fee structure, what percentage of recreation Parks and Rec is made up of the impact fee?
Under the current one?
Yeah, we fund it, is it fully implemented at the max rate under the current, or is it less than the max?
We did change the percentages back in 2019, I guess. I think it's around 60 to 70% of what the max supported fee.
Thank you.
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, if you adopt the consideration for B and C, it will have a positive impact on our capital improvement plan. And if you want us to utilize that to see how much we can reduce the public safety element, to basically make that a wash, whatever savings we get, we plow back into reducing the public safety change to lower that fee. I think at second reading, we can bring back a recommendation to you in that regard. The one decision point that we would need today, though, is just the existing fee of $12.36. At what number of square feet do you want us to benchmark that at in this presentation?
Just so the public's clear, impact fees cannot be used for personnel.
Correct.
We're only talking about
Capital.
expenses. We cannot use the impact fee to hire more policemen or firemen.
That is correct.
Can we make in this motion to the legislator that we can use that money toward personnel? Because obviously that's where one of our big needs is. Can we make that?
That might be a little bit challenging. I'll just make that comment because this income, whereas property taxes are very consistent and increasing over time, this income can be up or down. So if I use it for a person and for whatever reason we enter a recession and there is no impact fee coming in, I wouldn't want us to be in a position to have to reduce staff at that point because we're reliant upon this income that's not recurring.
Right. Here's a statement I want to make, so we send this letter, and as Mr. Jordan said, it's been since 2024, let's call it a year and a half, and it's gotten nowhere. And we send another one, and we get to a year, and now we're 2.5 years, and no fault of anybody here, it's what we have to deal with. So that being said, accountants are good at creating, and attorneys are good at positioning. Is there no way that we can kind of work within the lines to create an option for us to collect these monies or move them in a way that will benefit the public and, that we
We've
don't.
spent a lot of money and spent a lot of time trying to do that. We've
No.
hired experts to come in and like the administrator said, there's case law interpreting this statute. There's all kinds of interpretations. And basically, the bottom line is this statute was passed, so it would be almost ineffective. That's it in a nutshell. So what we have to do is work with what we got. And the problem is, like Cam said, we can't use it for personnel. It might be a good thing in the end of the day. But for everything we reduced, we have to find the money somewhere else to make up for it. And it's the craziest thing I've ever seen, especially when what the intent was supposed to be at the beginning. If there's any other questions, if not, we'll take a break for lunch right now and we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let's go ahead and come to order. It's 1 o'clock. All right, we're going to go back on the record for impact fee update. We're going to call Raj back up. During the break, Tyler and Raj were working on some of these numbers, and they come up with another option I'd like to go over very briefly, so everybody can get up to speed on that. Raj, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Is it a smaller option? Better option. I think a smaller option. Oh, there you go. Thank you. For the visually impaired.
I'm looking for the pointer. I don't know where I kept it, but so that's the new option that you see in pink is option Tyler.
Hold your microphone on, Raj.
So we got the fourth option that you see in the pink, where you can see the variance here. Basically what it does is increasing the columns that affect the residential rather than the commercial. So the residential will go up and commercial retail will decrease $22. That's another option.
Anyone have any questions?
Pointer's right here.
Who?
The pointer.
Oh.
Tyler's got the pointer.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. I don't think there's any questions. All right. Anything else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
does staff need a motion from us as to how to proceed on this?
No, I think what, I don't think that's an action item. I think.
Yes, sir. There is an ordinance on our agenda for your consideration. And honestly, Raj, I'm not sure how that was drafted, or David, how that was drafted, what fee structure is actually in the ordinance, or if that was still an open issue that needs to be voted on.
So in the ordinance, I think we kept all the options, and whatever option the council choose will go.
So it doesn't have option T in it, but we can pass the study and then at second reading decide which option.
Okay.
All right, sir.
The ordinance itself
Motion.
is, hold on a second. Which number is this? Number 4.
It's number 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is number 4. So at the end of the day, we were going to vote on all these action items, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is 4, and 4 contains option B and C in it. We weren't going to be voting on either B or C. We were going to be voting on the ordinance itself. So we can add T into it without action, but at the end of the day, before we go home, we're going to be voting on all 5 of these action items. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
That's, any questions about that?
I think it ought to be TS, so make sure it's Tyler's.
I was thinking Tom's.
Tom? Okay.
TS.
Tom and Servant.
I think the intent of it is to make sure that we are lowering the burden of impact fees on
Absolutely.
businesses
Yes.
and increasing it on new growth that is coming to our county. I think that's what
Yes.
the main thing I've heard from my constituents is they want new growth to pay for itself. They don't want existing residents to be paying higher taxes for new construction for residential. And I've always believed that we need to be encouraging business development,
Absolutely.
not discouraging it by higher fees.
I think that everybody, it's one thing that everybody agrees on, I think, so.
Yes.
So Mr. Jordan, if we can incorporate T into that and we vote on it this afternoon, we'll be good. We'll come back for a second reading at our next time.
We'll have it ready.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, we'll vote on this afternoon in sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, Raj, thank you very much.
Good job.
And speaking of Mr. Jordan, I think you're up now for local option. Ms. Todd?
Good afternoon. So local option. This is the first time y'all have actually seen this. It has been discussed, I feel like extensively outside of council. But as y'all know, we were waiting on Attorney General's opinion to ensure that we could pass this because of the TDF in Myrtle Beach. That opinion was favorable. So I want to tell you about it today. So local option was passed in 1990 as a local sales tax, which was the first one passed by the General Assembly. It has to be voter approved. Y'all would put it on the ballot for the voters to vote on. It's just a 3-reading ordinance. It's not like capital project sales tax where we have to have the committee and representatives. It's limited on what you can do with the money. So passed the General Assembly in 1990. Council put it on in 92. It failed, 43 to 56. Put it back on in 2001. It failed 61 to 38. Across the state, 32 other counties have local option. Other counties have multiple. This is off the state's website. Which one's that? So Berkeley, Charleston, and Jasper already have 3 pennies, local option, transportation, and education, which is what we would be as well if y'all put this on the ballot and it passes. So what's unique to Horry County from some of these other local options, Clarendon, Williamsburg, Marlboro, Abbeville, is we produce 27% of all visitor spending in the state is in Horry County. And this is from Parks and Parks, Rec, and Tourism. I always want to say PTR. So this would be our visitors helping share the burden. And you can see that bottom slide, tourists in Horry County generate $4,000 in state and local taxes, where the state average is $1,000. Visitor expenditures through the last decade, we have increased 57%. So how the actual tax works. 71%, and this is all statutory, we don't get an option on the 71%. That is a credit to property tax relief. It's on all types of property, 4%, 6%, boats, industrial, any kind of property tax levied by the county. 67% of that 71 goes to county millage reduction. The other 33% for credit goes through the municipalities on a formula based on percentage of population. The remaining 29% is general fund revenues. It can be used for additional tax relief. It can be used to ensure we don't have a millage increase. How that's distributed is 50% goes to the location of collection and 50% by percentage of population. So 75% of the population is in unincorporated Horry County. And our point of sale is significantly high as well. So here's sort of how it would shake out. That $120 million is from 2024. The state hasn't updated the numbers yet. So that should be, I don't know, 6-8% higher. But basing it off of that would be a 13 mil tax credit for unincorporated or for all county tax bills. And then we would have an additional 4.8 mils of revenue. On sales tax collections, this is the chamber's newest is 54% is from visitors, 46 are from residents. The estimate for what an extra penny costs on an average household in Horry County with an average income is it would cost you somewhere between $135 and $165 a year. And that lines up, the IRS has a calculator as well, and that lines up in that same vicinity. So the estimated property tax credit. So our average 4% house in Horry County is actually $247,000 value. And some of that is with Act 388 and the 15% cap, even with the run up on values in the last 5 years. If you've been in your house for 5 years, that's what skews it low. So in the county, unincorporated, your savings on that house would be $134 a year. Vehicle, the average vehicle is $25,000 in the county, so you pick up 20 and 20, so you'd be at $174. So it's about a wash between the higher end of that number, 165. Now where the juice is in the cities, because they're getting the county credit because it's for our general millage, and then they're getting the city credit. So the city of Conway, the savings would be $610 on that same house. And the vehicles would be 91 and 91, so they'd be at $793. And the difference in that is currently that same house costs $1,600 in taxes a year versus the $919. So with local option, it would be property tax relief with some of that borne by the tourists. Without it, a millage increase based on the current level of service going forward would be in the cards for next year. So the next steps is we'll start community education. We have a spreadsheet that'll go up on the website. We're waiting on the cities to tell us their millage is exactly right. It's close. So you can go in and plug in all your information and see where you are. If council wants to move forward, we need a 3-reading ordinance. We need that passed by August 15th at noon. And then if it is approved in November, collections would begin May 1st. Now I know one question is, when's it go away? It doesn't go away. It requires another vote to make it go away, which requires a petition of 15% of the voters. So all these guys from that backslide on the 32, I don't think anybody's has gone away. And I don't think there's been a push to make them go away either. Oh, wrong way. This thing is not intuitive. I was going to go back to the calculator. So there's no action item on this, but if we're going to...
So David, real quick, on that 174, you said it's kind of like a wash for most people in the rural. So what you guys sell them on is you're not going to be paying a higher millage later on. If you do, you're getting a wash, but you're also, the tax isn't going to go up.
Right, your property tax is not going up.
For how long?
For how long?
They want to know that.
Right. Well, it won't go up 5 mils until we needed more than 5 mils, it won't go up.
It's going to be a tough sell for those people. The other one, you know, that live in the city limits, they're getting a pretty good deal.
Right, the 25% that live in the city limits, and then the 50% that are above this, it's a deal for them because the tourists are paying 54%.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. One thing, Mr. Spive, you can probably answer this. I think, I hear people talk about all the time about how much money we collect in the county and we shouldn't need any taxes. We shouldn't have to raise taxes. We should have more than we need. I think too, in the education portion, I think people really need to understand and look at their tax bill on what the schools are getting. For one, I was looking at my truck taxes the other day and it was $500 tax bill, $301 was going to the school. They need to understand that, but the money we send to Columbia comes out of is our general fund collection, correct? The money that we send, I know we've got our special tax districts.
But generally, what we send to Columbia is in the form of directly collected taxes, like our fees for fuel, that fuel tax. They collect that directly and it goes straight to Columbia. We actually don't see it. For things like fines and fees of that nature with the court system, that's collected here and the treasurer remits that directly to Columbia. All we see is our share in terms of our revenue, but it's generally collected locally and remitted by our treasurer for multiple elements of that nature.
So our tax portion that we collect does not go to Columbia?
Correct. I mean, what we collect here in terms of property tax stays within the county for all the county purposes. And as you mentioned, the majority of the tax bill is not Horry County's. We're just the collecting agent in regards to that. School district is the biggest part of that. And if it's within the municipality, that's a large share as well, that we collect for those municipalities and remit to those municipalities on a monthly basis.
Thanks, sir.
Couple of things. This is not an action item. We're not going to be voting on it today, but this is a good time for council to ask questions and make sure they're educated, because this is, number two, the first time we've discussed this. Somebody told me they saw on the news that it made it sound like we'd been talking about this for years, and this is the first day we've talked about it, and this is our first briefing on it. So if you got any questions, now's the time to ask them. If you got any direction you want to give them, now's the time to do that.
Comments?
Yes, sir. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you for both of y'all pointing that out. This is the first we'd heard about it, because a couple of weeks ago or whenever it came out in the media, I thought I had missed a meeting. And I'm not big on missing meetings, and I couldn't understand being accused of having made all this determination. But learning about this more today, it's very exciting, because we're talking about doing the impact fees, and I could see in the next couple of years that the new growth would pay for the new growth, and the sales tax would help pay for our real estate taxes for the people who live here. And I think it'll be, in the long run, it could be a real win-win, not just a way to raise taxes. I'm like, y'all, I don't want to raise taxes because I have to pay them. But if we can keep the ship going in the right direction and let the new development pay for their way to come into our county, and then let the tourists come in and help pay for this 1%, I think it'd be a great situation long-term for us. So thank you for the information. And once again, thanks for pointing this out. But this is all new to us. And
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, hearing nobody else. Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
All right. Would y'all like an ordinance at admin to consider this or no?
I think that's, yep.
Okay.
Send it to Tyler.
you need that in a motion?
No, sir.
Okay.
Just direction. Okay. So we'll start with admin. All right, next up is the financial updates. Ms. Norman.
Good afternoon. So before we talk about where we're going in 2027 in just a few minutes, we need to talk about where we've been. So along those lines, you all have a copy of our new popular annual financial report for 2025. This is a condensed version of our annual report, if you want to look at that. And now looking at 2026. So all these numbers are for month end February. For revenues, we've collected $356.9 million, with 68% of those revenues being in the general fund. We have expenditures of $235.5 million, with 74% of expenditures in the general fund. So this gives a little different view of revenues. Again, these figures are for month end February. For real property tax collections, collectively across all funds, we have reached 105.5% of the budgetary amounts that we projected. This equates to $238.5 million. At this same point in prior years, We were at 95% of budget in FY '24 and just over 100% of budget in FY '25. Looking at a similar comparison for personal property tax, current collections are at 92% of the projected budgetary amount. This is slightly higher than prior year, but slightly under FY '24 collections. I will mention that the revenue was higher this year at $12.5 million versus $11.9 million in FY '25 and $11.8 million in FY '24 for the same time period. Looking at vehicle taxes, we are trending a bit higher for this time frame. Current collections are at 79%, which amounts to $19.5 million. This is slightly higher than FY '25 for this same time frame at $17.5 million. Looking at our economically sensitive revenues, we are trending down in all categories except for hospitality 1%, which is up just over 2% over prior year. Hospitality 1.5%, which is collected countywide, is down 0.74%. Local accommodations tax is down 1.4%, and state accommodations tax is down 0.65%. Utilizing the data that we've collected thus far in the year and looking at trends, we're able to project within reason expectations through the end of the year. So looking at revenue within the general fund, we are expecting to see an increase of 7% over our projected budget, which would result in $20 million of additional revenue. The majority of this revenue is from property taxes, as we do take a conservative approach to our budget. We are also seeing increased interest, and we're projecting an additional $5.5 million over our budget amount here. Looking at expenditures, we're projecting a savings of 5.8%, which equates to $16.9 million. Savings are largely due to our vacancy variance, savings in our contractual services, and savings in other categories such as contingency accounts. So that would bring our projected end-of-the-year fund balance in the general fund to $218 million. This is a $15 million increase from last year and an increase in unassigned fund balance of $5 million. And that is a quick look at FY '26 mid-year financials.
Any questions? Excellent presentation, thank you. So, Jacob Mitchell, 5-year financial forecast.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to be taking a look at the 5-year financial forecast, and this is what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at things holistically, and we're going to try to look forward. And what we're going to see here is I'm going to kind of run through the presentation, kind of run through the way the slides will read, because it'll follow through the rest of the presentation. So if we look at the first slide and kind of just going through the way the slide works. So at the top, we'll see like a traffic stop sign or a traffic light. And we've got obviously green, yellow, and red. So green is good, yellow is cautious, and red is any action needed. So I'm happy to say that there's no red today on what I'll be showing. Also in that circle, you'll see an arrow. Obviously up is up, down is a negative, and then in this case, we're looking at a neutral or a stable position. And then on each slide, you're going to see some key assumptions. You're also going to see an analysis section. And then the big meat and potatoes of it here is our graph at the bottom. So to lay out the graph, we've got the total revenues are the blue bars. The total expenditures are the green bars. We can see the fund balance in the black dash line. And then the fund balance goal is the gray solid line below that, and that's going to be things like our reserves and our stabilization. So as we look at the general fund, we can see that revenues are generally keeping pace with the expenditures over time, and that we do see a slight decline in the fund balance here in the near future, but it will begin to stabilize towards the end of the 5-year period. So these projections are based on a few key assumptions, including property value growth, as well as increases in personnel-related costs, such as benefits and salaries. And we've assumed that the growth in real property is going to be about 5% year over year. And we're looking at standard increases for employee-related expenses. So from an operational standpoint, recurring revenues are currently sufficient to support ongoing services. However, it is important to note that these projections do not include additional staffing or any major service expansions. So what we're looking at today is kind of where we're at right now, and then we're taking a market increase year over year. So it's not factoring in any personnel growth or any major adjustments. So as we've mentioned today with our population growth and the things that have been brought up, any expansion in services would require identifying additional recurring revenue. There is a few broader factors influencing the general fund and most of our funds, which, like I said, includes the population growth, as well as ongoing inflationary pressures impacting both costs and service demands. So as the county continues to grow, the demand for these services grow with it, and which puts additional pressure on the expenditures. So as we move on, as we look through some of our major funds here, next up we've got our Fire Special Revenue Fund, and you can see this slide's laid out the same way, reads the same way. And what we can see here is that the revenues are keeping pace with expenditures, and fund balance remains relatively stable, and there's a minimal growth over the forecast period. And similar to the general fund, this projection is driven primarily by property tax growth, along with ongoing increases in personnel-related costs. And while the fund remains stable, there is limited capacity for growth without additional recurring revenue. It's largely driven by the continued population growth and increased demand for fire and emergency services, which naturally requires additional staffing and resources. All right, moving on, we've got fire apparatus. The Fire Apparatus Replacement Fund, and we can see that this fund has a green arrow that's a little better position. But you also notice that this fund looks a little different. This fund, you can see that the revenues and the expenditures fluctuate year over year, and that variability is primarily driven by the timing of apparatus purchases and the lease payments. Because these are larger periodic purchases, expenses don't typically follow a smooth trend like we see in some of our other funds. And one important note is that this fund is moving more towards a pay-as-you-go replacement. And even though we do see some year-to-year variability, recurring revenues are currently sufficient to cover ongoing expenditures. And overall, the fund balance is projected to increase slightly over the forecast period. Okay. Now we're going to shift into our Road Maintenance Special Revenue Fund. And so at a high level, we can see that revenues are keeping pace with expenditures, and the fund balance remains stable throughout the forecast period. The fund is primarily supported by the road maintenance fee, the $50 fee that's on all of our vehicle taxes. And as you can see, that both revenues and expenditures grow at a relatively consistent rate, and the fund balance remains steady over the period. So based on the current projections, the existing fund balance is sufficient to support the ongoing road maintenance needs. Okay, so up next, we've got our beach renourishment. And so we can see that revenues are outpacing the expenditures, and the fund balance is projected to increase over the over the forecast period. This is largely driven by a continued cost-sharing structure with federal government, as well as conservative budgeting for future renourishment projects. So this projection does not include the next phase of our beach renourishment, so all of the excess that we see every year is helping set aside the money to pay for the future beach renourishment projects. Okay. Up next, we've got our Stormwater Special Revenue Fund. And we can see that the revenues are keeping pace with expenditures, and the fund balance is increasing in the near future, and then towards the end, we start to see a slight decline. So that change is primarily driven by anticipated increases in maintenance needs and cost-related, project-related costs over time. And so currently, we feel like the recurring revenues are sufficient to support the ongoing operations. However, we do know that additional projects and maintenance needs arise, and those expenditures could outpace revenues in the later years. So as we look at the Recreation Fund, change the slide there. So we can see that revenues are keeping pace with the expenditures, and we have a slight decline in fund balance in the near term, and then we stabilize towards the end. or at the end of the period. While recurring revenues are currently sufficient to support operations, additional personnel and service expansion began to put pressure on expenditures over time. So this is similar to the general fund. It's in a stable position right now, but there's limited flexibility on the demands as the demands continue to grow. Okay, up next we've got our Waste Management Recycling Special Revenue Fund. So we can see that revenues are outpacing expenditures and the fund balance is projected to increase over the forecast period. As you can see, the revenues consistently exceed expenditures, allowing the fund balance to build steadily. The population growth remains a key factor here, as increasing usage drives both revenue and operational demand. And this fund also includes periodic capital outlay for equipment and site life cycle needs, which are built into the projections. Up next, we've got our E911 Special Revenue Fund. And again, we can see that the revenues are keeping pace with the expenditures, and the fund balance is remaining stable, but it declines towards the end of the forecast period. We can also see a big drop off in the fund balance in 25. That was a new system purchase. The fund is primarily supported by E911 fees and surcharges, which are assumed to remain relatively stable over time. And the gradual decline in fund balance is largely tied to planned operational and capital needs, including ongoing system and equipment investments. Even with the decline, the revenues and available fund balance are sufficient to support allowable expenditures, and the fund balance is sufficient to cover anticipated capital costs. Okay. And up last is the Economic Development Special Revenue Fund. We can see that the revenues are keeping pace with expenditures, and the fund balance remains stable with minimal growth over a forecast period. The fund is driven by the county's contract with the Myrtle Beach Regional Economic Development Corporation, which is currently in place through 2027. As you can see, the revenues and expenditures track closely over time, resulting in relatively stable fund balance. And based on the current projections, recurring revenues and fund balance are sufficient to support the existing contract and ongoing obligations. And with that, that concludes the overview of the county's major funds. As you can see throughout the presentation, several of our major funds are operating with limited flexibility, particularly those with ongoing services. And while the current revenues are sufficient to support operations today, continued growth and service demand will begin to put additional pressure on the funds over time. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excellent presentation. All right, we'll go back to Ms. Norman on capital improvement program and debt service projections.
I'm not sure how y'all got stuck with me twice today, so I apologize. So today we're going to look at the capital improvement plan and debt service for the next 10 years. In your packet, you have the detail line items. I'll hit the high notes, and you also have a pamphlet that kind of gives a summary of the capital improvement plan. I do want to mention that this plan does not include airport and ride projects, which are in separate plans. So here's a look at FY27 projects broken down into their categories. We have expenditures of $10.8 million for public safety facilities, which includes funding for the design of the Red Bluff Fire EMS station renovation, designed to relocate the fire training facility to the new public safety training facility location, as well as funding for the design of the animal care center expansion. This also includes the $6 million for the J. Reuben Long Detention Center tower design that you heard previously. General government facilities of $14 million. This includes funding to add a conference room onto the James Fraser Community Center, a $1.5 million grant match for the R.J. Corman Railroad project, and $10 million in funding for future land purchases to support growth. For infrastructure and regulation facilities, we have $5.4 million in expenditures. This includes paving to the fleet maintenance parking lot, as well as a public works and fleet expansion off of Highway 90. We have $7.4 million for parks and recreation facilities. This will cover expansion of the Burgess Area Park, addition of trails throughout the county, expansion of parking at the Peter Vaught Boat Landing, as well as future land purchases for continued growth. In hospitality projects of $93.8 million, this includes funding for the Rural Civic Center of $69.7 million, additional $3.5 million for the Little River Waterfront, and a $10 million contribution to a natatorium joint project with other organizations. We also included the 33.3 1/3 funding and contingency, which are currently not designated to any project. Looking at technology and equipment, we have $3.7 million in expenditures. These are all ongoing programs that include IT security, aerial photography, and replacement programs for fire SCBAs, EMS stretchers, and life packs. Stormwater management at $2.6 million. Again, this is funding to continue our drainage improvement efforts. Public transportation infrastructure of $13.7 million. The majority of this funding is for ongoing projects. We have added $500,000 in additional funding for the Prince Creek Parkway turn lane, as well as funding for a turn lane on Highway 9 at the Longs Fire Station. We have $2.7 million in funding for waste management recycling. This is for expansion of the Red Bluff Convenience Center, as well as ongoing life cycle maintenance. And finally, wetland mitigation at $1.2 million. The majority of this is funding that has carried forward from prior year, with an additional $500,000 to purchase land to begin the second wetland bank. So the total FY27 projected expenditures are $155.3 million. So how do we plan to fund these projects? First is with general obligation bonds of $12.8 million, which will fund the public safety and general government facility projects. We also have hospitality bonds of $34 million and other debt of $10 million, which will help fund the Rural Civic Center. Intergovernmental of just over $1 million. This is coming from Sunday alcohol sales and the yearly contribution from Horry Electric. General fund is contributing $11.5 million in one-time and $4.4 million in recurring funds. There's $13.7 million coming from the road fund and $2.7 million coming from stormwater fund, which will help with continuation of transportation infrastructure and drainage improvement efforts. $42.8 million is coming from 1.5% hospitality capital projects funding. This will provide additional funding for the Rural Civic Center, Little River Waterfront, as well as the natatorium. We have $2.8 million in impact fee funding to help with projects in parks and recreation, as well as waste management recycling. And finally, $19.5 million is coming from other funds, which include fire, E911, waste management recycling, and parks and recreation funds. And again, total projected revenues for FY27 is $155.3 million. So this shows a 10-year view of projected expenditures for public safety facilities at just under $260 million. This includes funding for renovations, additions, and expansions of fire facilities throughout the county, rehab to M.L. Brown Public Safety Building, Phase 4 of the Public Safety Training Facility, the J. Reuben Long Detention Center project, improvements to the Animal Care Center, and a radio system upgrade, as well as all the other projects that I mentioned previously. General government facilities at $71.5 million includes rehab to the Government and Justice Center, this building that we're in right now, the land purchase that I mentioned previously, as well as renovation to multiple library buildings throughout the county. For infrastructure and regulation facilities, we have an upgrade to the fleet building, as well as an expansion of the Public Works maintenance shed, in addition to the previously mentioned Public Works and fleet expansion, for a total of just over $6 million. Parks and recreation facilities at $32.7 million. This includes park expansions and additions such as playgrounds, pickleball courts, sports fields, and lighting. Trails will be constructed throughout the county, and multiple boat landings will undergo renovations. Technology and equipment at $38 million. These are all ongoing programs and previously mentioned. Stormwater management at $31.4 million. Again, all continuing projects to support their efforts. We have $28.7 in waste management recycling projects. This is to continue our efforts to expand access to convenience centers and improve existing centers. Public transportation infrastructure at just under $144 million. Again, these are all ongoing projects. Wetland mitigation at $12.3 million. This includes creation of a second wetland bank. And finally, hospitality projects at $94 million. And these are all the projects that I mentioned previously. So that brings our 10-year projected expenditures to $718.6 million. And again, where is the funding coming from? So $260.2 million is coming from general obligation bonds, $34 million from hospitality bonds. Fire bonds are contributing $27.5 million. Other debt of $10 million. Intergovernmental revenue of $3.9 million. General fund, one-time $13.1 million and recurring $36.8 million. Road fund, just under $144 million. Stormwater fund at $32 million. Impact fees of $31 million. 1.5% hospitality projects at just under $43 million. And other funds, $82.9 million. Again, for a total 10-year of $718.6 million. So this is looking at our bonding capacity. This shows our anticipated bond issuances for FY27 through FY36. The general obligation bond that you see in FY29 includes an $85 million placeholder for the detention facility project. The FY33 GO bond includes another $33 million for the detention center project, as well as $10 million for the radio system upgrade. And the FY2035 GO bond includes $10 million for phase 4 of the public safety training facility, as well as $20 million for phase 2 of the detention center project. Total general obligation bonding over the 10-year period is projected to be $285.4 million. Total fire bonds over the 10-year period are projected to be $27.6 million, which we use to add, expand, or renovate fire stations throughout the county. So our total anticipated bond issuances for FY27 through FY36 total just under $313 million. So this graph shows our existing and new debt issuances from FY25 through FY36. This plan maintains our existing debt millage, and it does not include any changes to the current impact fees. If you do adopt new rates and recreation centers and EMS stations are adopted into the structure, then those impact fees could pay a portion of the debt millage on those facilities. This graph shows our existing and new debt issuances for the same time period for fire debt. Again, it maintains our existing debt millage, and it does not include any changes to the current impact fees. Impact fees are going to pay a portion of the fire debt. And this graph combines the two previous graphs and adds the hospitality debt that I mentioned previously and the other debt just into one graph. So this is part of an action item today. This is an excerpt from our current debt policy. I'll refer you to the highlighted portion. So currently our policy states that we maintain 50% of the next year's debt service within the fund. We would like to change that to 8.33%. This is essentially going from holding 6 months worth of the annual debt payments to 1 month's worth of debt payments. This change is more in line with what others are doing and gives us more flexibility if we want to pay down debt quicker. So basically, instead of holding $12 million, we're holding $2 million. So we can use that difference to pay off debt quicker. So now I'll show you some of the projects that we have completed. So if you're like me, when we say capital projects, you immediately think vertical construction, but we also have other programs that aren't vertical construction in our capital plan. So this is our traffic signal program that is overseen by our engineering department. These are 2 lights that have been installed in high traffic areas. We also have stormwater management projects to help with drainage throughout the county, and these are some of the projects that they have completed. And if you've walked around the campus, you've probably noticed the raised planters and brick wall that have been installed. These serve as added security for our buildings. They've also added additional bollards throughout the campus to help with added security. And this, as most of you know, was the unveiling of the Wetland Mitigation Bank last September. This site is located just off of International Drive. And this is one of several new playgrounds that Parks and Recreation has added. This one is located at Socastee Yacht Basin off of Peachtree Road, and this was just unveiled in February. And now for projects that we have in progress. So this is an outdoor restroom facility that's being added to Marine Memorial Gardens. Those are undergoing finishing touches, are nearing completion. Central Coast Complex. This will be housing the departments that are currently in the Olin Blanton building, and we expect this to open this summer. Top picture is the front of the building, the bottom is the back of the building, and some inside pictures. Public Safety Training Facility. This is showing the start of construction of phase 1 of the facility in the Pine Ridge area. This is being completed in multiple phases. This is the first phase, which is the fire training pad and driving training track. This is the relocation of the current Finkley Fire Station, which had some foundation issues. Since these pictures were taken, they have poured the slab for the new station. This is an expansion of the current Public Works building out on Privets Road. This expansion will provide additional offices for stormwater and RIDE employees. You saw this one earlier. This is the Wampee Convenience Center. And these are a few additional stormwater projects that are currently underway. And these are just some other projects that we have going on throughout the county and the phases that they are currently in. And that is my update. John, did I get everything right? We're good? Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's keep going. We're a little ahead of schedule. I'd like to do a couple more before we take our afternoon break. We'll start with the airport overview for FY 2027 with Judy Winstead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present highlights from our fiscal 27 airport budget. Okay, our first slide shows the calculation for the cost per enplaned passenger, or CPE. Together with our overall financial picture, the CPE is one of the most important metrics because it relates directly to the airline's cost. This metric is analyzed by both current and potential airlines and is also reviewed annually by our bond rating agencies as part of their mandated annual review process. In summary, our airfield and terminal expenses are allocated to all of our airlines and tenants. We then deduct certain incentives. The $2.55 million is an estimate which includes certain fee waivers approved by the FAA to attract new airlines or if a current airline would like to begin service to a new market. And this slide represents our CPE trend for the past 8 years. The dip in fiscal 22 is a result of Southwest coming on board and using a significant amount of incentive dollars, thus reducing the cost per passenger. Our goal is to stay in line with other small hub airports, including both East Coast leisure airports and those offering low-cost service. This benefits our air service development effort, and the results have been attracting Southwest, Avelo, and Breeze to MYR. Using FAA data, our cost per enplaned passenger was the lowest among Charleston, Greenville, Spartanburg, and the Columbia airports for both fiscal 24 and 25. And we are $1.17 below the average for all U.S. small hub airports. The increase this year to $9.93 reflects the overall general expense increase together with a projected drop in passenger traffic, a slight drop. This is a conservative budget, so if the employments come in over budget, the CPE mathematically will then drop back down. Our 3-year financial summary shows a modest increase in both revenue of 6.5% and expenses of 5.6% over the last year's budget, giving us a net operating loss of $2.3 million. Non-operating revenue includes passenger facility charges, which are directly related to the number of passengers, and customer contract fees, which is comprised of a per-day fee on car rentals. That current rate is $4 per day. To drill down a bit on the changes in the operating revenue, terminal concessions is the largest. They include parking, restaurants, news and gifts, and show the highest increase of $2.25 million. We have new annual contracts for the added restaurant and news and gift shop in our new expansion. Also, our terminal rent and apron fees income is dependent upon the anticipated expenses and is billable back to the airlines, so both of these categories show a related increase. The FBO/other category reflects a modest increase in general aviation hangar and ramp fees, which was approved a couple years ago. On the expense side, our increase is $3.6 million. This increase, the $3.3 million increase in depreciation is for the terminal expansion spread over 30 years. Salaries and benefits reflect the county's 4% increase for employees. The cost of fuel budget is down $1 million due to projected flat sales, and the per gallon prices at the time of preparation were quite low. Just in the last 2 weeks prior to this budget prep time, prices of Jet A have increased to $1.53 a gallon. I believe they've doubled it for airline fuel in the last few weeks. We are requesting one position upgrade in our IT department. Our systems administrator has been performing cybersecurity functions in addition to his current duties, and a slight pay increase for him is warranted. For general aviation, you'll note a projected drop in gallons sold, resulting in less sales for our current fiscal year. This is due to lower prices earlier in fiscal 26, and also with the previous government shutdown, the execution of our military contract was delayed by 90 days. So for fiscal 27, we are expecting similar activity as fiscal 25, not 26. Oops, yes, okay. The fixed base operators, or the FBOs, at Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Conway, and Loris are shown as separate cost centers on this slide. We are a bit different than most airports in that we operate each facility with our own airport staff. The military aerial refuelers, fighter jets, and military helicopters utilize primarily Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach. Operating income for all combined is the number bottom right, 1.35 million. This next slide gives a brief recap of the terminal expansion, adding 6 gates, the new floors, and the new signage. Thank you for attending our December 1st ribbon cutting. Pouring of terrazzo on our main level is moving quickly. Projected completion of the floors is next month, with the 2 bathroom renovations to follow shortly thereafter. This slide shows the completion of 2 10-bay T-hangars at Myrtle Beach. These hangars were desperately needed and are currently 100% filled. Slide 11 depicts the completed economy parking lot to the south of the terminal building. The economy rate for this lot is $10 per day, and we expect occupancy to increase as we approach our busy summer. For current upcoming projects, construction of the temporary runway just began on March 16th. Completion is expected in early 2028. After our 2028 summer season, all commercial, military, general aviation, and flight school traffic will transition to this new temporary runway in order for the primary full reconstruction of the runway. This construction should take approximately 5 months, and traffic will then return to the primary runway, and that temporary runway will revert to taxiway B. Currently in the design phase, Holt Consulting is under contract for rehabilitation of the Conway apron. This follows a very successful runway and taxiway reconstruction in May of 2024. Our checkpoint expansion from 6 lanes to 9 is also in the design phase and involves relocation of certain utilities and moving our police department from its current location to available office space nearer to the ramp. We hope to begin the early demolition phases within the next 6 months, with completion just before the summer of 2027. And lastly, we are in need of an additional baggage makeup unit due to the number of airlines and the number of checked bags. A makeup unit is where your bag goes once you leave it at the ticket counter, and then it gets loaded onto a cart for your flight. This project is on our capital roster for fiscal 27. And this slide, it just shows a comprehensive view into all the projects currently budgeted, in process, and recently completed. And lastly, our fiscal 27 capital budget request includes the checkpoint expansion as our project priority and the purchase of a fire truck to replace an aging 2009 model. And if I could, I'd like to, similar to Jamie, I'd like to give you a brief overview into our 10-year outlook for the airport, for all airports. We have 8 departments currently working with us under the Department of Airports as somewhat sub-departments. So for instance, our fire department is its own department at the airport. And they, although we're getting them a truck in fiscal 27, they'll need another truck in 2033. Our passenger boarding bridges on the older B side are also aging. We expect to replace 4 on Concourse B at the end of in 2028, and then the remaining 2 on Concourse B in 2029. We also will be hopefully have the need for a new 100,000 gallon fuel tank in our fueling department, and that will be a vertical tank that stands just to the north of our current airport. And the police will be usually request a vehicle about every other year as the wear and tear on them is extensive. And then we also have built in some life safety measures, some things like fire panels and sprinklers and things that are recurring expenses, as Jamie noted in her presentation. For the FBOs in particular, we are planning, our runways and taxiways at the FBOs have just recently been completed, so we will begin to focus on T-hangar development at North Myrtle Beach and Conway. We will be using money that the county plans to utilize some of our land in North Myrtle for an EMS station, so we plan to use those funds for the design. Also, at both CRE and Conway, North Myrtle and Conway, we need to replace regulators at our vault, probably in 2033 and 35. We need to upgrade our lighting control system panel, also in 2033. At North Myrtle Beach, we will have a need for hangar roofs at numbers 1, 7, 8, and 9. And also at North Myrtle, we are in talks with the developer to build a beautiful new corporate hangar. This 30,500 square foot building will include classrooms, conference rooms, 2 hangar bays, and the gentleman plans to invest approximately $10 million. And that will be the area's sole Cirrus service center for the Cirrus aircraft. And that will be something that is only it's in his plans, and we don't have any dates on that, but he is coming to us with a plan for the future shortly. May I answer any questions?
Excellent presentation. Any questions?
Yes,
sir.
Say one thing, and I'm sure everybody agree.
I wouldn't be too sure.
You travel around the country, you go through other airports. Myrtle Beach Airport stands out as just so well run, extremely clean. And I just come back from a trip and went through some of the other airports, the amount of chaos and people that weren't being very orderly. You just never see that going on in our airport. And I think that it's so well kept. The people there are so polite, tends to mitigate those things that just can't give Ms. Olmsted and her staff enough credit for running such a, probably the best run facility in the country.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I may share one more item, I was, Monday and Tuesday, I was at a airport industry organization meeting in Savannah, Georgia. And this organization in our district covers 13 states, Puerto Rico, and the Bahamas. And we were awarded the project of the year for the terminal expansion. So I would just like to say thank you for your support and help in this project. It was a 2.5 or 3 years worth of as we said this morning, blood, sweat, and tears. But it was I'm very honored. This mirrors the award that Conway received a few years back. So thank you all very much.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. Everywhere I go, I'm told that this is the best airport in the country, and I believe it. So, all right, thank you very much.
I think we got some time to hear at least one more from this one will be public safety update. Ms. Hardwick.
Good afternoon. Hello. I didn't do any slides. I thought we could take a break from them. And I want to really thank finance and administration for the heavy lifting on the budget for the public safety side. So I'm just going to talk about some things that public safety has accomplished in the last year. So 911 implemented a new CAD system, but I would be remiss if I did not include all of the public safety departments and especially IT a shout out. This was like a 4.5-year project. And I'm telling you, we really had to struggle to get there, but we did get there, and that's the most important thing. And we have it online now. We're still working out some issues, and I think we still have a couple of follow-ups from the jail that we have to finish, but we're really proud of that project. And while we're recording it on 911, it was a whole team effort. You'll see something about that in our May council meeting. So we'll do a little recognition. We also brought on an additional radio channel for Conway City Police Department. They were on this, what was the central precinct, now the first precinct, and that was a very busy radio channel. Conway is a very busy little town. And so they now have their own channel, and we'll be working towards bringing on the 5th precinct this year. The clerk of court was very thankful to you guys for increasing the jury pay and the mileage. They felt like that was very necessary for our jurors, and it is, because we need them to do our justice in our county. The communications department was quite busy this year. We brought on 2 towers yesterday and today, one in Cool Springs and one over at the Galleria. Our bald eagle finally took residence somewhere else. We had a little hiccup there. And we went to encryption this morning at 9 o'clock with our law enforcement channels. That was very, very important for us because of officer safety and safety of operations that law enforcement handles. So you may hear some things about that in the next few days, but please understand it was done for a good reason and a solid reason of officer safety and operational safety. The coroner's office brought on a system that's called a Randox toxicology machine. Basically, this allows them to do a quick toxicology. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm reading from this on someone who has departed us. And it allows us to decide what other actions we need to take. It's a quick reference to do that, and it saves us some money. The detention center, as we know, has been very busy with an expansion, and we're hoping to make some headway with that today, and we appreciate all your time and the effort that's been put into that. Marcus's group has done a good thing, and our consultant as well. They also brought on a program with tablets for our inmates that could give them access to their family and other things, not to the internet. And this was at no cost to the county. And I know some people may think, why are we doing that? Well, those folks need to be in touch with their family in order to maybe, be calmer and, have that touch with their family and their family with them, So that was a great program. Emergency management has updated the mitigation plan. We'll be seeing that coming around at public safety for some signatures. We completed a large-scale exercise in 25. The fire department's been very busy. We brought on pre-hospital blood program that allows the paramedics to give blood to a trauma patient and in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, so it's very much a life-saving thing. Our harm reduction team was recognized for their Leave Behind program. We stood up a wildfire equipment addition. Unfortunately, due to the Covington fire, that we've seen a need there. We expect we might have a kind of busy wildfire season this year. So hopefully not. We've ordered a handful of engines and tankers and brush trucks, and also some replacement ambulances and a new ambulance that will be going to a new station. It was important that we start working on our fleet. We had kind of stalled on that a little bit, but we've moved forward. Another thing we're doing is a QRV, a quick response vehicle, and that allows us not to have an ambulance or necessarily a fire truck that's going to a call in need of someone. I will tell you from my 911 days, which wasn't that long ago, we ran out of ambulances frequently in the areas of this county every day. And that meant that somebody had to come from another area, and it was just a domino effect of ambulances moving around and all. And so these quick response trucks will get help to somebody sooner because of this kind of program. So we're looking to expand on that. Our magistrate's office stood up a animal and litter control court. It's the first one in South Carolina that focuses on a very educated way to handle our problems with vicious animals in the or litter in the county. The police department received funding for a crime scene lab, and we expanded our phone lab. That allows us to access electronics in cases that we're looking at to help with an investigation. The public defender's office collaborated with other Horry County departments to target and implement resources for clients in the criminal justice program suffering from drug addiction. The sheriff's office was busy as well. They digitized all their warrants. That's a big deal. I'm telling you, a big, big deal. I can remember the days where you had to search warrants the paper warrants, to look for warrants when the officers had somebody stopped on the side of the road and all, and it's a big deal to digitize that, but it's a great deal of information. There are tens of thousands of warrants that we house in this county and all. So they also changed their sectors to meet with the county police department sectors. It's important that we have that continuity when we're dispatching emergencies and things of that nature. The solicitor's office successfully secured 6 life sentences in cases involving serious crime. They reached a total of 265 program graduates in treatment court program. And that program really is successful. And I know we have a couple of people that work in Horry County government that have graduated from that program, and I think that's important. So that's what I have for you today. If you have any questions for me, I will certainly do my best to answer them. We appreciate your time.
You've been very busy. Does anybody have a question?
I do.
Okay, what's your question?
Just for clarification on the encryption.
Yes, sir.
So in the last couple of weeks, you could go to Radio Shack and buy something and sit in your living room and listen to the police department as to where they were going for the next call. But as of this morning, when they talk on the radio, it's just between them.
Correct.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yes,
I think
sir.
that is a whole lot safer.
That was a lot of hard work, a lot of coordination with the communications department. That's a very small department of 4 people. And those guys worked very hard to get the radios in and get them programmed and all. So we're very proud of that.
How about a couple years back when we would have a sexual assault crime or something, it would take a period of time to get results back. How are we doing on, I guess, the best way, a rape kit case, or is that processing, is that tightened up a lot more?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm guessing that is depending on the backlog at the state where that is tested, and that's usually been where the backlog is.
Are we any closer to being able to do that here in Horry County?
No, sir,
Nope.
not to my knowledge, we're
All
not.
right, thank you. I'll work on that in public safety. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for doing
Thank
such a
you.
great job. We appreciate
Thank
you. All right, Mr. Tom Roth, are you in the building? Can you give us an update on the INR?
Good afternoon. So I'm here to update you on, we're looking at a development schedule, to update the development schedules, which we haven't done for quite a while. Code enforcement, we updated in 24, planning in 19, stormwater in 2017, and engineering, we haven't updated those development fees since at least 2008. So what we're looking at is, for the most part, the largest one would be in code enforcement. Go to the next slide. Okay, so this is where our biggest change is going to be, and it was really only a 10-cent increase, and it was only for a single-family residence. We didn't do anything with commercial, and that fee basically would take us from for just a standard single-family resident home, we would be going from $1,641 to $1,876. So it's an increase of about $200 for a single-family residence. If you look at it, as I said, for the most part, we increased 5 cents on the plan review and 5 cents on the inspection, which still puts us one of the lowest in the area by far. It's a lot lower than Conway, City of Myrtle Beach, City of North Myrtle Beach, any other competition in the area. We also hadn't looked at our planning and zoning fees either. And there were some that, as things have changed, takes a lot more to get through residential development, a lot more rezonings, and rezonings becoming more and more complicated. So we increased our fees with this as well, primarily through the residential development, increasing in most cases, doubling the rezoning, especially for the greater than 5 acres, minor PDD. We're starting to get more of these development agreements, and the review takes quite a bit of time. It includes legal going through it as well, so we weren't really getting basically what that it was worth. So our goal is to try to get development to play a little bit more for itself. Because taxing on our departments and more taxing on our employees. So we increased that with the rezoning. In the development itself from the planning department, increased that fee as well. Looking at not only just an upfront fee, but also a per lot fee. We did make a change several years ago when we would do up to 3 reviews and then start charging again, because there's many times that the plans will come through and we'll do 4, 5, 6, 7 even reviews. So this way it makes it a little bit more complicated, makes the engineers or the development teams work a little harder to make sure it's right. We don't want to really be their quality control. We also, again, we increased the commercial development for planning, but not very much. And again, we're pretty much, at least with the planning and zoning, we're pretty much across the board. Some cases we're a little bit more, some cases we're a little bit less with the areas around us. But with the commercial, we did not feel it was necessary to increase it that much. Engineering and stormwater. So in engineering, we have an inspection fee, which is a flat rate and then per linear foot on the right of way for inspections. That had not been touched for a very long time. So we increased that. Also with the plan review fees, we, for stormwater, we based that years ago off of DHEC's requirement, which is a disturbed acre with no cap, with a cap. Now we basically do by disturbed acre without a cap, meaning that at 2,000 acres, we would still, if you came in with a 5,000 or 6,000 acre project, we'd end up having to look at that as well. The other thing that we did is we've always done our inspections for free. And in many cases, a lot of those, that's a lot of time. And we were actually going out there doing inspections that weren't really necessary or needed at that time. It was too preliminary. So we started adding a proposed fee for inspections. Basically preliminary road and drainage, that is before they're able to get their first layer of asphalt down, and then a final inspection before we go out. We do quite a few other inspections. We didn't choose to charge for those, but we felt that it was necessary to charge for this as well. What this does for our revenue, for code enforcement, it'll increase our revenue by $1.3 million. For the planning department, it'll increase our revenue by $350,000. For stormwater, it'll increase the revenue by $250,000. And for engineering, approximately $75,000. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, that was quicker than I thought it would be. Good job. Good
Andy,
job.
please.
Moving right along. Ms. Todd, talk to us about the budget.
What you've all been waiting for, what's actually in the budget. I will preface this by saying the action taken this morning on solid waste is not. The action taken this morning on solid waste is not reflected in this presentation, but we will have the ordinance updated before you take action this afternoon.
Okay.
So looking at the budget, our total is $1.04 billion this year. This is an increase of $172 million over prior year, with majority of that being increases in capital related to county, solid waste, and airport projects. Also includes compensation increase as well as several inflationary increases. In addition, 49 new positions were added to maintain our current level of service. That's a total $3.2 million investment. With this budget, you will see attached to the ordinance a newly created fee schedule. These are not new fees. We've never had a centralized fee schedule. So going forward, it will be adopted annually with the budget ordinance. The several proposed fee increases that Tom just went over, as well as an EMS fee increase, are included in that. Looking at our revenue highlights, estimated growth in tax revenue is at 5% over 26 actuals. That reflects a 10% over 26 budgeted amounts. Expenditure highlights, contractual services are trending higher than in years past, as we are seeing increases on an average of 6%. cuts that were made during fiscal year 26 budget process remain the same into fiscal year 27 in both supplies and materials and business and transportation across all funds. And also we're seeing large increases in insurances over prior year. We also have a recommended county-wide cost of living increase for our staff and a slight adjustment to the Christmas gift. So looking at our general fund, 61% comes from personal property and vehicle tax. That equates to a $202.2 million total, which is $18 million over prior year. 6% comes from intergovernmental. That totals $20.4 million, an increase of $1.2 million over prior year. 13% come from fee and fines, totaling $42 million, which is $3.7 million over prior year. 9% comes from a mix of transfers, interest, and other, totaling $29.6 million. That's a $1 million increase over prior year. And the remaining 4% comes from a use of fund balance of $11.8 million, and that's an increase of $755,000 over prior year, for a total of $329.2 million and a $25.6 million increase over prior year. So looking at our fees, Tom just went over the increases in fees for code enforcement, planning, and zoning and engineering. Those are fees to match our service levels, and the impact fees as presented earlier. I don't believe Tom mentioned, but they are going to change the way they collect those fees. They're going to start collecting them at time of drop-off. That changed during the COVID era where they started collecting them after, and that will increase the revenue there. We're also looking at EMS fee changes for a 25% increase over our current rates. These have not been updated since February of 2016. This is still well below our industry average, so this will be a stepped process to get those where they should be. Looking at our expenditures in general fund, contractual services totaling $33.5 million. This is an increase of $1.4 million over prior year. Several notable increases here, including a $1 million increase in our detention center medical services, $250,000 increase in our wellness medical for the employee clinic. Waste hauling was up around $900,000 this year. And we're also seeing an average increase on software of 7% over last year. I wanted to highlight insurance here, as we're seeing significant increases in auto liability. For the budget as presented, we have it at 30% with other policies at 10%. As of yesterday, we got news that is 40% on liability and 15% on other, so that will be an adjustment we will have to make. On a positive note, the state did not give us a health insurance increase, and we also had a load factor of 0, so the health insurance did not go up in this fiscal year. Personnel costs are up $10.6 million over prior year for a total of $218.6 million. And we did build in vacancy variance again this year, slightly higher than we did over prior year. The cuts made in both supplies and materials and business and transportation line items from prior year stayed in there for fiscal year 27. And the remainder includes capital outlay, transfers, and other, totaling $49.3 million. This is largely due to transfers and cost recovery. Looking at our other funds, for fire fund, we have a balanced budget at $57 million. This is an increase of $6.1 million over prior year and does utilize fund balance of $1.9 million. That's mainly in relation to life cycle and the Rebla Fire Station and Training Center, as Jamie mentioned earlier. Road maintenance and CTC fund, we have a balanced budget of $23.4 million with no use of fund balance, and that's an increase of $1 million over prior year. For our capital planning fund, we have a balanced budget of $26.3 million with a use of fund balance of just under $8 million, and this is an increase over prior year of $8.8 million, and that reflects the debt policy change Jamie also mentioned earlier. Looking at our stormwater fund, we have a balanced budget of $19.2 million, which is $1.1 million above prior year. Waste management fund has a balanced budget at $22.3 million, which is an increase of $2.2 million. And our recreation fund has a balanced budget of just under $14 million, which is $2.3 million over prior year. And there is a use of fund balance here of $2.25 million for land purchases. Looking at new positions added this year, we added 49 positions to maintain our current level service with the population growth. 38 of those are in the public safety division. We did include staffing for our Prestwick station, but they will be delayed hires till next July of 27. 4 positions added in each INR and administration divisions, as well as 3 positions within solid waste. So looking at our workforce as a whole, with those additions, it would bring our total to 3,441 positions, 57% of that being in our public safety division, 19% in our INR division, 9% in taxpayer services, 4% in general government, 6% in airport, and 5% in solid waste. So last fiscal year, we indicated the increase that was given to our staff did not get us where we needed to be, but it was a step in the right direction. So we're going to keep that same sentiment this year. We are recommending a 4% increase across the workforce, a slight increase to Christmas gift in the amount of $1,250 for full-time and $625 for part-time. That brings your total investment with these increases to $11.8 million. We'll also be looking to explore a comprehensive market study during fiscal year 27. We'd look at benchmarking against peer counties and regional employers. We'll be looking at pay structure, compression, and competitiveness, and look to have these results back in time for fall retreat, hopefully, so we can review that for fiscal year 28 recommendations. There were a few legislative issues we wanted to bring to the forefront just to have on your mind that we are tracking. The Department of Juvenile Justice has proposed a fee increase of $125 per day per juvenile up to 25 days. This fee is directly related to their capital needs, and this fee is in addition to the $50 we currently pay per juvenile per day per diem for their operating cost. This fee is estimated to increase our annual cost of around $120,000 to $150,000. They are also exploring potential expansion of the homestead exemption for qualifying homeowners. This would expand on our current $50,000 exemption with a suggested tier structure that goes up to $150,000. This is estimated statewide impact of roughly $250 million, but that figure comes from the fiscal analysis, not from the legislative themselves. They did not lock in funding for this. We are expecting them to reimburse us for that difference, but that's not a guarantee. We saw several changes to the boat taxes also. Most relevant to Horry will be the elimination of motors being taxed separately. The reduction to the taxable value, they're recommending a 10% to 6%. We already operate on the 6% evaluation. So we could potentially be looking at around a $250,000 annual loss with that legislative change. On a positive note, they did increase the statewide local government fund by 5%. So the 27 allocation for Horry County was $18.2 million. At the fall planning retreat, we updated our strategic plan, and several of those items within the plan have been integrated into this budget that we wanted to highlight. So for the community relations focus area, Tell the Horry Story has already begun. You can see several of those Horry stories across our social media, including the new series of What We Do Wednesdays. The Gov on the Go initiative is in the early design phases, as we will be repurposing the former bookmobile for this. Educational partnerships are already being nourished. We've held several meetings with Tech and Coastal, and also more Horry County presence are on our campuses, specifically at job fairs. And we're also working on the first community survey to go out hopefully later this summer for results at our fall retreat also. Looking at the employee relations and internal trust focus area, the middle manager leadership development program is in the early stages of development. Peer-to-peer award program is in the design phase. We hope to roll that out within the upcoming months. Our first employee poll survey has been completed, as well as the market study planned for 27. The market study will address our #1 cited pain point from that survey, which was compensation and compression across our workforce. For our fiscal responsibility focus area, we are exploring revenue diversification with the impact fees discussed today and local option. And lastly, for our growth and quality of life focus area, we currently have a homeless shelter feasibility study that's in the evaluation stages at the moment. Looking at the results from the survey, we did want to share those with everyone. Overall, we had 637 employees respond to the survey. Of those, 77% stated they were proud to work here. 76 had overall job satisfaction. 81% said they understood how their daily work connected to the overall mission, with 76% feeling motivated daily. What the employees had to say is that they have pride in their community, and their coworkers and overall team bonds consistently highlighted as a major strength for them. They did communication and workload were areas that needed to be addressed was a common theme in their comments, as well as pay and overall compensation as a whole was a main concern, citing compression, wages being below cost of living, and employees having to work second jobs. And the most requested change on the survey itself was the PTO structure we currently have, with a desire to combine leave bank into one. And we asked a series of questions on a scale of 1 to 7. This is the result of those questions sorted by the level of concern. So you'll see compensation and benefits scored the lowest, whereas overall job satisfaction scored the highest. We will release the survey again in the fall to be able to compare the results. One of the action items today is a financial policy update. We're really modernizing the terminology through here with the terms of CAFR. We'll go to ACFR, and then unqualified to unmodified. Also updating the assets capitalization section to add the term bulk threshold. That'll also be, the amount will be assigned in the annual budget ordinance. There's no major policy shifts, and the debt policy change that Jamie mentioned earlier is in that same ordinance. They're all in one. Looking forward, we'll have first reading today. Second reading is scheduled for May 5th, and third reading for May 17th. And we'll have some ATAX recommendations at admin committee, budget reviews at the other committees, as well as planning commission reviewing in early April. With that.
Very much.
Okay.
Any questions? I have a question, just to follow up, kind of ties in what we were talking about earlier about DJJ charging us $175 a day per child, and 150 of that is for capital?
125.
125, okay, 125 plus 50. That's
Yep.
why I'm not up there talking math, you are. That's something that we should probably look at when we're trying to do our fee structure with these municipalities, because maybe we could do some kind of capital contribution for our mental health facility, Dr. Duke's out there, and in combination with these minimum charges, shopliftings coming from the beach, trespassings, 30-day maximum charges that they end up serving 30 days. So we could, I don't know what the legality is, if that's something we can put on either public safety or admin in the future.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, what we're going to do while Mr. Spivey is taking the podium, we're going to hear from him, then we're going to take a break, we're going to come back and do county council input, and then we'll vote on our actions.
Council, it's a pleasure to be back here before you in regards to a general update on what we're seeing currently and going forward, and some of the challenges that we're having to deal with, and some of the to further that conversation, the comments I made earlier this morning. I want to get just some quick highlights. Inflation has come down from where we were earlier. We had seen a much higher inflation, but we do see some progress towards that. However, I know we're still not at the target area in that regard. For what the Federal Reserve is attempting to manage to, which is a 2% inflation rate. At the time this was presented in February, it was 2.4%. Obviously, that does not include the gasoline prices and the impact that the gasoline prices over the last few weeks will have on inflation and other products. That's an anomaly that is not factored in here as well. The Federal Reserve rate has dropped down to 3.75 from where we were in the fall, and there's still an anticipation that we'll see another 0.5% reduction is anticipated as we move forward over the next year and a half in that regard. What I would say though is the Interest rates are still higher than projected. Inflation is still higher than projected, which does impact itself and translate into the unemployment rate. And that actually is higher than what was anticipated previously. We were looking at as late as August 25 at 4.3%. Our county typically has a slightly higher rate because it's a seasonal nature of our businesses. And right now we're at 5.9% for the county, in South Carolina at 4.8%. So while the impact of the Federal Reserve has attempted to slow the economy, it hadn't achieved all the outcomes, positive outcomes that they were looking at. We did include on the bottom of this page as well some of the unemployment and what we anticipate going forward is affecting local governments disproportionately than the normal employers. We do see that void in new people coming into our professions, primarily our public safety, but it affects other things like planning. I mean, that's a discipline that you don't have necessarily in for-profit businesses. It's specialized in that regard, or even the governmental finance. It's a unique type process, and there's not a lot of new people going into that. So we'll have to take some very aggressive efforts to try to partner with our education institutions, including the Horry County School District, to bring awareness and to hopefully build a pool of candidates who can come and help us, assist us with our positions going forward. As we look at this slide, it just was some information we shared with you in the fall, and it relates to how everything that we do interrelates with one another. It's easy to say that the local resident is a separate taxpayer, and what happens to them is different than what happens to our tourists or our businesses, but in reality, it all fits together. The rate that I pay in taxes as a primary resident here of Horry County is directly impacted by the success of our businesses and how many tourists come to our area. My taxes are lower because of tourists coming to Horry County. My taxes are lower because of businesses that are successful and are growing in Horry County. So everything we do has a positive impact or a negative impact on that relationship between the two. So you can't sink half a boat. Just let that sink in. I mean, we are all in one boat together in that regard. You can't sink half a boat in that regard. So that's what this is just intended to share with our population as well as our workforce. We mentioned earlier about the projection of population in 2040 being around that $600,000 number in terms of population. That's at 2.4% growth rate. If we project that forward at our current growth rate at over 3%, that number becomes 700,000 population. So while we are working towards the 600,000, just recognize it could be a higher number based on our current trajectory in that regard. And that's going to put a lot of service demands on our organization. If you look at the state itself, the 5 largest counties are Charleston, or Greenville, Charleston, Richland, Horry, and Spartanburg. As of today, I would suspect that we may already be in that number 2 position at approximately 440,000 population as we sit here today. And that's going to continue to grow. Now, Greenville and really the areas that you see as the highest population areas are those areas that are still growing within the state. And we'll show you a couple of slides on growth overall for the state in that regard. This slide looks at the municipalities, and you may recognize that 5 of the top 8 largest municipalities are all in Charleston County. Charleston, Berkeley, Dorchester, and those tri-counties there. Very different than Horry County. Most of our population is in the unincorporated areas. We still have 2 of the largest cities of the top 20 in the state, that being Myrtle Beach and Conway, within Horry County. But the bulk of our population, essentially 75%, are in the unincorporated areas. South Carolina population change, what is predicted from 2020 to 2040, South Carolina leads that growth rate at over 30% in that regard. And if you look at this map and what is predicted, it's very interesting that exactly 1/2 of our counties are predicted to decrease in population. 23 of the 46 are projected to decrease. 23 of the 46 are projected to increase. And 9 of those counties are at the greater than 30% growth rate. So the growth in South Carolina is centralized into certain areas. It's not throughout the state in that regard, which presents a particular challenge for our state legislature to deal with the needs of the state as well. What is interesting particularly is that young people, 0 to 17, we are in the top category for growth in that regard. If you look at the workforce, we are predicted to be in the top category of growth. If you look at it from an age perspective, we are predicted to be in the top category of growth. That balance is a good thing. We have a workforce coming up. We have children to move into that workforce. That's a positive thing, I think, for Horry County, which is a little bit different than other counties within the state. So those 3 factors are very key to our success as a county, as a community, as we move forward. And this last slide, in terms of population, looks at both the in-migration as well as the median age. And we are in the highest category in both of those, which essentially says a lot of our in-migration is people that look like Gary Loftus and myself, less like the ones over here. Danny too? Okay.
Barry?
Yes, sir.
Go back to the slide before that. Look at the number of dark blue counties, and
Yes, sir.
that's an age of 65 plus population.
Yes, sir.
That's not good.
I think overall for the state, they will tell you that our birth rate is not equaling our death rate as a part of the state. So more people are dying than are being born. So the natural growth is actually negative. What is supporting our growth in population is the in-migration coming from other states. And yes, it is more oriented towards a retirement age in that regard.
That begs the question about, as population grows, are we going to see population shrink?
Well, for the state as a whole, there is half the state is shrinking, no doubt. If in-migration stops for us, if that was to slow or stop for us, then yes, I think over time, based on our current trends, you would see some plateauing or actual small decline. What's good for us, though, is those 3 slides right before this, our young people, 0 to 17, is growing at a greater than 30% rate. So we have some positives in that regard that probably position Horry County a little differently than other areas of the state. Yes, sir.
That previous slide where you just mentioned the 0 to 17-year-olds is growing 30%.
Yes, 0 to 17.
Yeah, where are these young people coming from?
How I interpret that is that part of our growth is in the actual families, working families with children that are coming here. So part of our in-migration is in that working category with children. But also we have the natural growth and young people being born into our county from the families that are existing here today. So it's both variables, I think, that contribute to that.
That doesn't count by chance the number of young people that are enrolling in coastal, does it?
Not at that age group. Typically, they only are looking at residents, so they treat the college students who don't actually reside here differently. I don't think they're in that same metrics.
That's good, yeah, just
The combination of those three gave me a lot of comfort that our future is very positive in that regard, and we are a little different than perhaps other areas of the state in that respect. Certainly, the older age and the in-migration actually present a positive outcome for the county in that it's putting a huge amount of demands on our health services here in the county. But that's an opportunity at the same time, and that helps diversify our economy because those are higher paying jobs typically for the medical profession than our current workforce. Excuse me here, just the trends that you've seen in the budget, I won't elaborate here because I think that's already been mentioned to you, but we see some softening on the economically sensitive side, but continued strength in our real property side. We do have the availability to, in theory, based on calculations of Act 388, actually we have 16.4 mills that are available to us if we desire to increase taxes. No recommendation for that effect is before you. 9.8 mills of that actually carry forward to the subsequent year. I mentioned inflation, interest rates, the labor market, population. Service level is where we have the greatest challenge at the moment. We'll go into a little more detail on that, but we're in a positive situation. We're able to cover the increases for our employees based on the growth rate that is here in our community for the coming year of 2027. But we're at a crossroads from the standpoint that we need to address that service level on a go-forward basis to maintain the level of services into the future. Population, the maps here, it's something you maybe remember from the fall, but in essence, the still majority of our population and the growth that's occurring is on the eastern half of our county in that regard, and actually 87% of our population live in one half the geography, which is the eastern half of our county in that respect. So it's very concentrated and almost urbanized in that regard. If you look at our EMS, which is one of our more challenging aspects, I think as Ms. Hardwick mentioned earlier, we have days where everything on the coastal side is busy and we're having to pull ambulances from other places of the county to service those calls. Over the last 2 years, we've shared this chart with you, which is an attempt to show how we utilize the EMS services. So those things that are yellow means that we've exceeded 30% of all the hours in a daily basis that they can be on the road, and recognize that their calls, their demand is greater than the number of calls, because when they come back to the station, they must sanitize that unit, prepare the reports before they potentially go out on the next call. So this is not reflective of the hours they physically are working during the day, but the calls that they actually are on the street. So yellow is greater than 30%, orange is I think greater than 40%, and red is in greater than 50% of every day. On average, they are out on the streets making calls. What you saw 2 years ago was that there was a lot more red on this chart. So the impacts that we have done from adding new ambulances to our fleet, adding those new personnel, are having a positive impact on the service levels that we are providing. We have set a goal that we need to add one ambulance unit, a minimum of one every year. And to the standpoint that we have resources available, we need to consider more than that. That's our first point of contact in the service level and what we bring to our citizens in that regard. If you will look on the right-hand side, what you do see is where those calls are occurring at, and they are centered around the population that we have. So it's very correlated in that respect. And what you will see is that we are considering new stations like the Windy Hill station that was mentioned about North Florida Beach Airport, that it would have multiple EMS units in a single station. Again, centered around where the call volume is occurring to better and more quickly address those calls in that regard. We have a number of things we've already done. There is one additional unit that is in the budget for 2027. On the waste management side, we have several new ones under construction. You saw pictures of the Wonfee. We have under design today the Highway 90 location, as well as expansions at multiple areas. We have already budgeted for the Forest Brook, a new location there for waste management, and are looking at several on the north end and south end as well in that regard. On fire stations, we still have a number of volunteer stations that we must deal with at some point in time as the growth is moving west in that regard. And we will be addressing those. Prestwick is the one under design. And as mentioned just a moment ago, that staffing is already provided for in our 2027 budget, but they will not be hired immediately as that station will be under construction very quickly. But it is funded at the moment, and it will be available when that staffing, when that station is open in that regard. The map that you see up here at the moment on the right side is one that is different than we've looked at before. This is a picture of the 5-mile driving radiuses from each of our individual fire stations. And you will see in the green areas is where we currently have ISO 10 classification. In those areas, the insurance rates are higher for those individual owners in that regard. But you can see that the coverage that we have is pretty good countywide, to be quite honest. You will notice, however, there are some white spots along throughout the county. But you may recognize also that that follows the wetland areas or riverine areas or those large drainage areas where technically there is no houses and there's no roads physically in those areas as well.
What's that little green pocket close to the coast?
Close to where?
On the coastal side. That little green pocket right there.
That is, that is in Barefoot Landing, and the city is building a station there on Water Tower now to try to address that issue, yes.
There would be one.
This is the Bay Area that we've had the discussion about, and we do have one longer term in our capital budget to add a station in that area as well. Okay.
That's it, yeah, thank you.
On the police, not a lot of changes there. We have integrated or implemented the 5th precinct, which is making a difference. Somewhere in our 10-year plan, we will need another police precinct. When asked where it most likely would need to go, thinking it may be in the western part of the county, actually growth is still occurring more rapidly on the eastern side, and it will probably be on the eastern side to reduce the workload of the south and central and north precincts in that regard. So not sure of the exact location, but it would be somewhere, I think, on the eastern side in that respect. Okay. But that will be necessary for us to consider within our 10-year horizon here for planning. Infrastructure regulation, a lot of things happening on the recreation side, as well as supporting the efforts of our public works, stormwater, engineering, both at the Privet Road location, but the bigger thing is adding a substation in the central part of the county for them, which would be a different facility you see currently on the north and south end, in that it would have offices for some of our engineering and stormwater to get them closer to where the service area is at than Privet Road, and also adding an element of a fleet operation away from Privet as well, again, located closer to where the majority of our actual vehicles are operating on a daily basis. That would hopefully be within that Highway 90 location that we have purchased for our waste management recycling center. That's large enough that we could actually locate that facility there in a combined location. On the general side, we're continuing with a number of our renovations to extend the life of those assets that we have. And you've looked a lot about the airports and that already. This slide is one that I think should be familiar to you, where we have projected what it would take to maintain our level of service. And you may remember we are adding 49 positions in the 2027 budget. For us to keep up, that's about half of, in essence, what we need. And we did see in the additions for this year 10 new officers for the J. Reuben Long Detention Center. That is purposeful, because right now our staffing study says we are short based on our number of beds. We have to have a plan to actually fill that gap. We have 10 in our budget this year. We will need 10, 15, or 20 next year to keep up with what's needed at that facility. That's one of the bigger things, but at the same time, we've added new patrol officers on the front line with 5th Precinct. We will need to support that with the detectives, with the other supporting elements of that, as well as expanding public patrol officers in the future as well. Service levels we want to maintain. In essence, our best measure is the number of employees per 1,000 population, and that's the measure that we're attempting to utilize. We know that that will not always be the same, but we need to keep it similar in that regard, because we should be gaining efficiencies from technology, from new processes, from cooperation and collaboration between our elements, like was mentioned with the warrants just a short while ago. That's a big impact on a lot of different operations, including the clerk of court's office. So the standpoint that we can automate those procedures, we make ourselves more efficient, which we can utilize that versus having to add more people to push more paper. So we are looking at that on a frequent and basis and making that a requirement of this process. On the operational side, 2027 is fairly much a flat year in that regard. But in 2028, we've got to look at employee growth for new positions, compensation, as well as the support structure around that. On the funding side, taxes are our primary funding source, property taxes for the general fund and these type of operations. That will continue to be the case. Our growth is increasing. Every house that we bring on pays more tax, no doubt. But a residential structure not balanced with commercial growth means that it costs us more money for every house that generally is brought into the county. And we've got to make up that gap with our millage rate in that regard. There are some things that will impact us on a positive nature as we have the conclusion of the Air Force Base TIF. There will be additional monies of roughly $3.6 million or $3 million for the county general fund that will come to us where we had not been receiving that in the past. So that's about the 2028 timeframe. We will layer that into our budget, as well as the BNC Multi-County Business Park would bring about another $500,000 at the time that it pays off, which really should be in the 2027 fiscal year. So 2028 will be a bigger impact, but we will get some positive impact in the 2027 fiscal year as well. What are our priorities going forward in that regard? And we've identified a number of them. We've talked about them today in terms of our capital needs. They are reflected up here in that regard. On the operating side, though, we talk a lot about public safety and the growth of our population. We just talked about the age of our population being a big factor in that growth. So it impacts other operations as well, like probate. The load that they are carrying today is very challenging, and it has impacted their ability to serve the customer. So there are new employees for probate in your 2027 budget. But it will take more than that as we move forward over the next several years as that growth continues. IT security, people are trying to attack all governments every day, and that's going to be a ever continuing process of investments and trying to stay ahead of the bad actors in that regard. The detention expansion, when we add additional beds, it comes with a cost of additional operations. We've got to be prepared for that. The Prestwick fire, Scipio, the police side, 911, behavioral services, which encompasses not only mental health, but it also deals with the addiction and homelessness situation. So we've got to look at how it does impact us, because it impacts us one way or another. I think as the chairman mentioned earlier, sometimes we may be impacted at the detention center because of homelessness. If I can find an opportunity to address that issue where it does not have to be inside that jail, it's going to cost us less money. So it's incumbent upon us to look for those options and decide how we can best treat those within the organization and community in that respect. And that's a brief overview of kind of what the growth is looking like and the factors that are impacting that as well.
That's an excellent presentation. Any questions? All right. Oh, there's a question.
Is there, I mean, I may have missed this because I was on other things, but has there been any, I know we haven't really got the 5th police precinct off the ground quite yet, but is there any contemplation of expansion of additional precincts throughout the county as growth occurs?
Yes, sir. Within the 10-year period, we've got the plan for an additional one. And again, just like the 5th precinct, if we add a 6th, it will have the same impact from the standpoint that it will disperse or lessen the service areas that each of the existing precincts. So it really, adding one benefits everyone in that regard. But it would need to be on the eastern part of the county in that regard, because that's still where the volume of our calls are occurring at. So you would end up with 6 precincts, 4 on the eastern side, 2 on the western side.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, why wouldn't you put another one on the western side?
It's a matter of where the calls are occurring, because they are centralized around the center of the population, which is still on the eastern side.
Could you shrink the volume? Could you shrink the geographic areas on the western side and work on sectors to help mitigate some of that call volume on the eastern part?
We can make adjustments in the sectors on the western side without necessarily having to create a new precinct. Just adding additional patrol officers and support staff, command staff within that can achieve that as well.
What I was thinking was more along the lines of having a precinct down in the western part of the county, but then having some of, like say, maybe north, have some additional sectors that help cover some of this eastern.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just a thought. I think the need is going to be out that way eventually.
Well, I think by the
It will
time,
be.
this is just rough
Yes.
planning based on projections, but by the time we start looking at capital funds, there may be an increased out there where we take a better look at it.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Where's
Mr. Hardy.
where's the CIP budget for 6th precinct? What year is it in? Where's that programmed in at?
I think the precinct probably is in 2035, the actual building of it, so it's the latter part of our 10 years.
By the time we roll, that could
We
completely
also
change.
need to, when we look at the other precinct, you know, we got the expense of ML Brown, that's gotta be upgraded. We could put part of it at this precinct, part of it at that precinct, instead of building a whole new building, but that's just.
No, that's a wonderful thought.
Question, Barry, on the PTO, on that survey, a lot of my phone calls have been from employees that's highly upset about it, they want it back like it was. I mean, have y'all thought about that, or, I mean, should I tell them no, it's not going back? I mean, that was one of your big concerns on the survey, and
Yes, sir. We, with the administration committee, they did review that earlier this year in terms of a discussion point. There were several questions that we are to get back with the administration committee about before I think they would act on that item. But that's something that has been presented, is currently in discussion. But the concern was that it would cause us greater expenditure by making that change, and we wanted to make sure we could quantify what that is before we made a change without that information.
that's a big question I get asked a lot.
All right, if there's no further questions, what I would like for us to do is take a 15-minute break, give council a minute to reflect on everything. It's been a lot of information today. And when we come back, council will have the opportunity to give direction to the staff, and then we'll vote on these action items. All right, let's stand at ease for about 15 minutes.
There you go.
On the record and come to order and open it up to council if you have any directions on this budget. We've heard a lot of information. We've had a lot of good discussions on it. I don't think there's any thing that we've left out, but if anybody's got a burning desire, now's the time to put it out there. Okay, all right, so everybody should have, we'll move on to our action. There's no executive session, Mr. Jordan?
No, sir.
So we'll move on to our action items. Everybody should have the amended version of ordinance number 28-2026. It was amended earlier today, separating the solid waste budget out of it. So I'll go ahead and put this on the record. This is ordinance 28-2026, an ordinance to raise revenue, make appropriations, and adopt the budget for Horry County for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Is there a
Mr. Chairman, and so if I could, I would like to make a motion in order to amend the budget for the Aner Hoedown and Dolores Bog Off from the $15,000 annually to $20,000, please, each.
All right. We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One. So that amendment passes.
On the budget.
Oh, okay, on the amendment? All right, so the amendment passes. Back to the original motion, which is the ordinance. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, there we go. Now, let's run these two. 11-1. All right, so that deals with the main ordinance. We'll move on to ordinance 29-2026. This is an ordinance authorizing the amendment of certain provisions of Chapter 2, Article 5 of the Code of Ordinances of Horry County and all other matters relating thereto. Is there a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Next up is the resolution R-28-2026 to transfer up to $70 million from revenues in excess of those required for completion of Ride 2, transferring to Ride 4. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That passes unanimously. And next up is ordinance 30-2026, an ordinance pursuant to the South Carolina Development Impact Fee Act Code of Laws of South Carolina. There a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion to amend. Mr. Tyler Servant.
Motion to amend to add column T to the ordinance.
All right, so we have a motion to amend Table 1 of Section 1808 and adopt suggested fee TS. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Back to the original ordinance as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That passes as amended. Moving on to ordinance number 5, which is ordinance 31-2026 to amend the Horry County Code of Ordinances so as to regulate the use of personal electronic devices within the unincorporated area of the county. Mr. DeSabato.
Seconded.
Any discussion?
I just, for those of you who may have missed the Transportation Committee and the presentations that were made during the Transportation Committee, we've got an issue within several subdivisions of Carolina Forest where kids are using these electronic dirt bikes, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
And they're kind of terrorizing neighborhoods. So this ordinance.
Biker gangs, right?
Something like that. This ordinance is designed to help the police better police those particular issues.
And I would just add that this is another example of how well that the Horry County Council and staff are working together, because this was probably perceived as a public safety issue, but it's also a transportation issue. We put it on transportation to expedite it, and we put it on here today to expedite it, all with the cooperation of staff and county council. So that's wonderful. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That carries unanimously. And I believe that's all that we have for today. Anybody else got anything they wanted to say?
Good job by staff.
Good job.
Good job by the staff, absolutely, absolutely.
I don't know if Gilreath was off the hook or not, but.
By the way, German didn't do too bad.
Well, I tell you what, I had a lot of great help.
A lot of great help. Okay, if that's it, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Let's make a motion to adjourn. Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Yeah.